Hey, friends, happy Friday. Sorry, I literally just got started and my thing popped up. I got like 5 notifications back to back, and then my phone was dinging. So, hey, Miss P. Lola. How are you? Hey, Spins. Hey, Gail. Good to see you. Hey, QB. Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Hello. You left a thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're not happy? Why, Gail? Look at your profile picture. So sweet. Why are you not happy? Why are you not happy? Oh, I meant to say hi, not happy. Okay, I got you. Another notification. Yeah. Um, so anyway, sorry, Gail. I thought you were telling me you weren't happy about something. I'm sorry. First of all, did you guys have a good Thanksgiving? Did y'all have a good Thanksgiving? We had a great Thanksgiving. Always so much food. However, I feel like we did a little bit better with the amount of food that we normally have. I don't know, but anyway, maybe I just ate more than I needed to. That's probably the answer. I probably ate too much. I know I ate too much. But anyway, we had leftovers for days, and finally Dale's like, yeah, whatever's left in there tomorrow is getting pitched. So, um, what else? What else? Kiddo had her tubes put in her ears on Tuesday. That went very, very well. Like, way well, okay? Like, she knew I didn't mention the word surgery or operation or anything because I didn't want to freak her all the way out. But I told her, I'm like, listen, kiddo, so on Tuesday morning, you're not going to go to school. Instead, we're going to go to the doctor's office. I didn't even say the hospital, right? I said, we're going to go to the doctor's office. And your little nebulizer, your little penguin that you use when you can't breathe really good, and you put the mask on your nose and you. And she said, yeah. I said, okay, well, they're going to give you one of those to use, and it's going to make you super sleepy, and you're just going to take a nap. And while you're taking a nap, they're going to put these really cool, teeny tiny little tubes in your ears. And then when you wake up, you'll be all done, and we can go home. And she's like, okay. So she wasn't freaked really at all. However, when we got there, hey, Patricia. So whenever we got there, it had snowed the night before. A lot of snow. Well, not a lot, but enough to like tear the roads all to pieces. So we had to drive like 35, 40 miles an hour on the highway all the way there. And normally it takes like 30 minutes to get there from where we live, and it took us an hour, okay? So, the S word, right? I know. But, oh, thank you. I love them. I love the color. They're so pretty. Yeah. I thought they were going to be a little bit more reddish, like cranberry-ish, but they're a little bit more pinker. But I still love them. I think they're pretty. But anyway, so we finally get there. It took us about an hour to get there. We get there. I had to sit in the back seat because I knew if I sat up front that I would be like the passenger seat driver, and I didn't want to freak Dale all the way out because I was already freaked out because we're getting ready to go put my kid under anesthesia, right? So I sat in the back seat, and he kept trying to talk to me, I think to calm my nerves, and I'm like, can you just shut up? I'm trying to pray, and you keep interrupting me. I was praying for her, and I was praying for us to get there safely, and I was praying for me and him, and I was praying for the doctors and all the things, And he just keeps asking me things like, do you want to get breakfast afterwards? Do you want to get a coffee app? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Do we need to do this? Don't forget, we got to pay the water bill. And I'm like, will you just shut up for a minute and let me finish my prayer? So, anyway, we get there. We go in. He sits outside with Big Kiddo because they had called school off because there was too much snow on the road, so they canceled school for a snow day. And Big Kiddo can't, you guys know he has autism, and he can't really deal well with big open places with a lot of people. So he sat in the van with Dale, and he had, a tablet to keep him busy and all that stuff, so he was fine, right? But he was calming his nerves, right? I know. Trying not to think about it. Trying to change the subject. And here I'm sitting here trying to, yes, Gail, trying to have a conversation with God. And yeah. It made me laugh so much. What did, Ween Baby? What made you laugh? Hey, good to see you. So anyway, what made you laugh? So anyway, we get there, right? And husband's he gets Kiddo out of her car seat and gives her a big old hug and squish and, see you in a few minutes. Trying to you know how it is. No matter how minor the procedure, you always go to worst case scenario, right? All parents do. So he's giving her that we need to pay the water bill, right? I know. I mean, he was just thinking any and everything up, so. But the water bill is one of the places that we still pay in person because he will not pay the fee to pay over the phone. He just flat won't do it. Whatever. I'm like, but it is on our way home from town. It's like we swing by it 50 times a day. So it's not really that big of a deal. But anyway, back to the subject at hand here. I go in with her, right? And I go straight to the registration desk, get her upstairs to the second floor where the surgery department is. And we go in there and we sit down. And she's just thinking, this is going to be a regular plain old doctor's appointment, kind of. But she knew that they were going to put these little bitty tubes in her ears and that she was going to take a big nap. So when they get her back to the pre-op, they come in there with a gown. And they're like, now she don't have to put this hospital gown on if she don't want to. She can wear her clothes. She don't have to be in a gown for them to perform. They just wheel her back, do it, like 15 minutes, they're done, blah, blah, blah. Wait for her to start waking back up. And as soon as she starts waking back up, we'll come and get you. Literally, okay? They took her back at 8:27 a.m. And by 8:45-ish, they were already calling me back to recovery because she was already waking up. That quick. It was that quick. But, whenever she had to stay back in the pre-op room for a little while, probably about 30, 40, 45 minutes before they took her back for the surgery, just because for whatever reason, I don't know. They had 50 different nurses coming in, right? The ones were coming in with the mask. Come and see if you can breathe in this cool mask. They even put some fancy chapstick in it so it smelled good, right? And got her out a big bucket of toys, turned the TV on. She was watching cartoons. I think it was Bluey. And playing with these toys. And, oh, listen to this. This was the coolest part, okay? So this one nurse comes in, and I'm sitting like this. You all think I wear my double glasses just at home? No. No, ma'am. No ham. No turkey. I wear my double glasses out and about as well, okay? Now, I try not to do this in public, but I do this in public. Because when I go somewhere, I'm like, okay, I have to have them, or I'm going to be doing this number the whole time, right? And I don't want to have to do that. So I'm sitting in that pre-op room while kiddo's playing, and this nurse comes in, and I'm sitting like this. Okay, I got these on and these up on top of my head. And she comes in and she starts laughing. She says, "Do you know that We Do Not Care Club woman on Instagram?" And I was like, yes, I know all about her. Like, all of my girlfriends online are all about her. And she said, "You remind me of her with your glasses." She's like, and the nurse that was in there with her is like, don't know what she's talking about. And she's explaining to this woman, she's like, there's this perimenopausal, menopausal, postmenopausal woman on IG that has made a killing out of this We Do Not Care Club, right? And she has glasses. Like, she's got her glasses here and glasses here. She got some tucked in her shirt. She's got a highlighter stuck behind her ear. And yeah, Miss P. Lola, okay, so the We Do Not Care Club woman is the woman on IG who became famous for the We Do Not Care Club. You have to look it up. She is hilarious. But it's all about things that menopausal women do not care about anymore, right? So anyway, I was like, yeah, my girlfriends all make fun of me for my glasses, but I can't help it. So anyway, so they get ready to wheel kiddo back. Let's go join. I'm already a member, honey. I'm already a member, P. Lola. But so it's time. It's like 8:27. Her surgery's supposed to be at 8:30. They come in at 8:27. They're like, okay, we're ready. And I was like, okay. And they wheel her out on the bed that was in the pre-op room. They don't even make her get out of that bed. They just wheel her back on that bed. And they got her on back. And my fear is that whenever she's away from me, that's when she's going to start crying and freaking out, right? When I'm not there to hold her hand, because she will freak out. And I don't know if she did or not. They didn't say that she did, but she didn't see me walk away from there because they wheeled her out and she was facing this way and I was back behind her, so she didn't know that I wasn't coming through those double doors with her. And there you go. Thank you, QB. QB posted the Facebook link. Hey, Miss King. Not sure when this started. It started about 15 minutes ago. If you want to rewind back to the beginning and speed through. I'm just giving all the updates on kiddo and me and Thanksgiving and all the things. So, but it's good to see you, Miss King. So. Anyway, the nurses send me out to the waiting room again, explain all the things, and then about the 15-20 minutes later, they call me back there, and well, actually the doctor comes out first and tells me, everything went well, blah blah blah, she did fine with anesthesia, these are the drops that you need to put in her ears for the next 3 days, gives me pretty much basic instructions, talked about the post-op visit later in a couple weeks, that kind of thing. And then they call me back to the recovery room, and I get back there, and I'm assuming she's going to be like squalling her whole head off. No, she was laying in the bed all kegged out like, She did keep picking at her ears because they had cotton balls in there. And hey, Margaret. Hey. Thank you, QB. See, I don't follow her on Facebook. I just follow her on Instagram, but that's because I hate Facebook and I'm hardly ever on Facebook, but I see her on Instagram too. QB, because YouTube is being stupid that way. They've been doing that for a while now. And it goes back and forth. Sometimes it'll be your username, and then sometimes it's your handle. Weird. A diggity. So anyway, we get her. They go through all the instructions with me again about how to do the drops, about this, about that, everything. She's like, don't let her jump on a trampoline or ride a bike or rollerblades or a scooter or nothing like that. And I was thinking it was because of the tubes, afraid she'd fall and hurt herself with the tubes or what. But she said no, it was because of the anesthesia, that they're kind of be unbalanced maybe the rest of the day. So she's just tickled pink because there's snow all over the yard, all over everywhere, right? And Dale mentioned something about building a snowman, and she's like, yeah. We get out to the van, and because when we got to the hospital, it was still dark outside. And when we left, it was daytime, so she could really see all the snow. And she said on the way home that she wanted to build a snowman, right? Well, we go get her a milkshake because we promised her a milkshake. Her and Big Kiddo both got milkshakes. And then, and I got an iced coffee. It was delicious. And then we got breakfast. Yeah, we got breakfast there too. And then on the way home, she said she wants to build a snowman. So we're like, well, I mean, they didn't say she couldn't play outside as long as she's got earmuffs on or something to keep her ears warm. Should be fine, right? Well, we get home and she ended up kicking back and taking a big old ginormous nap. So she ended up sleeping the rest of that anesthesia off. She slept so hard. And of course, the rest of us took big naps because we had gotten up very, very early after having gone to bed very, very late. And we all had big, giant naps. And Dale even woke her up once and was like, kiddo, if we're going to build a snowman, we got to go do it now because it's going to be dark before long. And she's like, no. She forewent, whatever the word is, building a snowman to stay asleep in her yummy blanket. So, and then that's pretty much it. She complained one time. She said, oh, my ear. But I don't know if it hurt or if it was just itching or oozy or what. But she's been fine ever since then. Here you go. The official website. Follow on whatever platform you choose and order merch. I'm a boomer and still on Facebook. Oh, she's got an official website. We Do Not Care Club. Nice. And she's got merch. Hold on, I gotta go look at that. Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta type that in. Oh my God, she does. Hold on, we gotta go take a look at this. Hold on a second, folks. Hold on. She's going on the road. She should. She totally should. So you guys that don't know who the We Do Not Care Club woman is, we're getting ready to watch. Hold on. Let me share the screen. Share. There we go. All right. For women in perimenopause, menopause, and beyond who are over it, right? This is her. This is her. Oh, she's so cute. She wrote her book. See, on here, she's only got her one pair of glasses. You got to see her when she's in her, super cute. Let's see. Big old hoodie. Ooh, and they're puffy. Puff print. Cute. I like the puff print stuff. There was a article in People magazine about her. She's so cute. Melanie Sanders is her name. I want to go to her. Hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Oh, here, I have to click this. Drew Barrymore. I love Drew Barrymore too. Okay, so watch this. Hold on a minute. Oh, she was on, is this Sherri Shepherd? Is this her right here? Is that her name, Sherri Shepherd? The fourth one over, Sherri Shepherd. Is that her name? I love her. Y'all tell me if that's what her name is, Sherri Shepherd. She's so funny. I want to click on one of them and watch. But like here, she is. She's got, you know.
I ain't never heard. I haven't heard of. Let me see. Hello, and I'm Melanie. I'm doing the We Do Not Care 2025 People's Edition. Okay, the summertime. I remember that one. You know what? I remember it, but I don't remember it. But I do remember I sat there and I watched most of it. So that's fine. I do care about that. I do care. Because that's a good entertainment. Now, I've seen them little things. And I said, listen, I care about lot mortgage, lot car note, and lot other bills. And look, I don't care about little boo-boos. Now, I ain't watched that. I didn't watch that one because that's the little young people that life ain't hit them yet. They not in perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause.
Okay, hold on. I gotta find one where she does the We Do Not Care, the meeting, right? Where she has the meeting. Here's one right here. Let's see.
Hello and welcome to all new and existing members of the We Do Not Care Club. I started this club for all women in perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause. We are putting the world on notice that we simply just do not care much anymore. This is a special Thanksgiving edition, part 1.
First, look, she's got 3 glasses. She got her glasses on top of her head, and she got 2 pairs dangling off her t-shirt, okay? Okay? Now, y'all think I'm crazy, but now, I was doing this long before she came around. Just saying. Love you, We Do Not Care Club, Melanie Sanders. But I'm just saying, I had the multiple glasses long before you ever came to Instagram. I'm playing. I mean, I did, but I'm not saying. You know what I'm saying. Hey, Mary Lou. Good to see you. Mary Lou, you need to scroll back from the very, very beginning and hear Kiddo's update on her ears and stuff. Yeah, you got to catch the first 15, 20 minutes. All right, let me play this back because I haven't seen this one yet.
We do not care if you show up late, but we do care that you show up with 3 extra people and 1 bag of ice. Mm-hmm. The math ain't mathing. Mm-hmm. We do not care if you go live from our kitchen. Just know, if our wig is crooked, we reporting your video. We do not care if you say, you used to be so small and you used to be so quiet. Let's go back. We do not care if you bring a dish. We do care that it is labeled so we know which dish we need to avoid. We do not care if you brought a new soulmate to Thanksgiving dinner. You and your soulmate forgot to bring the sodas you signed up for in the family group chat. We do not care if you try to guilt us with, no one tried my dish. Sis, we choose life. We do not care if the turkey is dry. Do you want to know what else is dry these days? Deal with it the same way we do. We do not care who's mad that we didn't cook 12 sides. This is a meal, not a cruise ship buffet. This concludes our announcements for part 1 of Thanksgiving. Our new and existing members, go ahead and put in the comments what we do not care about today as it relates to Thanksgiving this week. Thank you. Hello and welcome to all new and existing members of the We Do Not Care Club. I started this club for all women in perimenopause, menopause, and postmenopause. We are putting the world on notice that we simply just do not care much anymore. This is a special Thanksgiving edition, part 1.
Hold on a second. Hold on,
We
folks.
do not care if you
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Kiddo just got home, so hold on a second. She's in and out. There's chaos all over the place right now. Hold on a second. She literally, I had to mute and turn my camera off so I could go get her, unlock the door for them. Oh, Lord have mercy. Dale just came in and dropped this on my lap. Christmas tree Debbie cake. We do not care if we have a whole box of these and one person eats the whole box. Mind your business. Right? Anyway, that's her. So you guys go follow the links that QB put in the chat. Just being Melanie. But if you type in We Do Not Care Club, you should be able to find her as well. Pretty awesome. Here, let me grab this link. Copy. Toss one over here, right? I know, they are so good. All right, there is an Instagram link. I think it's probably to this individual post, but you can still follow her from there. So good. She's so funny. So funny. And the cool thing about it is that she has all of these like followers who, like, not just followers, but like there's even celebrities that are like joining the club, and they're making their own videos, right, with their own list of things that they don't care about. And I just think it, and tagging her in their videos and stuff, it's super cool. Super cool. You're putting those in your Christmas baskets? Good deal. They're yummy. Do you know I saw someone, I'm glad this is Friday, because this is like a Friday catch-up. You know, that's what I titled it. I saw on Instagram a recipe that some woman made, and it was a Christmas tree Debbie cake dip. And she literally took like a block of cream cheese, softened, dumped in all but one box, like a whole box minus one cake, because I think she used the one cake to like decorate the bowl or whatever. Dumped a whole box of those Christmas tree Debbie cakes in on top of the cream cheese and used a hand mixer and blended it into the cream cheese. I know it sounds gross, but keep listening. And then she added, I think, I'd have to go back and look for it, but I think she added a tub of Cool Whip, mixed that all up in it with a hand mixer, and then when it was all mixed up, she took some like red and green sprinkles, like cup or cake sprinkles, and sprinkled them all over the top and put some of that green sugar so that it resembled this, you know. And then took one of the Christmas tree cakes and just kind of sat it down on the side of the bowl. And then she served it with like, I think pretzels and graham crackers. So it was kind of like a chocolate chip cookie dip. You know how you eat that with like crackers and stuff, like graham crackers? That's what it was. Now, I don't know how good it is, what the texture would be like, but she's crazy pants. My kiddo's crazy pants. I would not try it. I would try it. Might be really good. I don't know. Would you try it? Cream cheese, Cool Whip, and crushed up Little Debbie cakes. Would you try it? Okay. We do not care, club. Let me exit out of here. Hold on a minute. I'm going to do that just in case kiddo decides to bounce her big happy hind end back in here. Okay. Now, my next question is, what trials have you guys been watching? Have you been watching the Brian Walsh trial, or have you been watching that Trinity Pogue trial, the Beauty Queen trial?
Hey, Auntie.
Hey, baby. You go change your clothes and go wash your hands.
I ready what I am.
You already washed your hands?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I need to go get you another outfit. You can take that one off and go get you another one. All right, hold on. Let me go grab her an outfit. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Hey, Donnie. Yeah, there was no sound. Kiddo got home from school and I had to hi Donnie. Kiddo come home from school and I had to get her like clothes changed, hands washed, snack, all that kind of stuff. I don't know what she's doing. She's being crazy pants. I know that much. She Freeform. What's Freeform? I have Freeform or some other channel most of the day. What, baby?
I ate milk.
Well, is your dad still here?
No.
He ain't left yet. Go tell him you want some milk. Go holler upstairs. He might be upstairs. Oh, I think I have Freeform too. I think I have that streaming service or whatever. Okay, yeah, they play Disney movies. Yeah, we've got that. We have that. Okay, let me go back and look. Let me see. Miss King says she's been watching both. As far as Brian Walsh and the Trinity, that's her name, right? Trinity Pogue. Such a weird last name. You could put some Christmas hold music on while we wait. Sorry. Brian Walsh, but not the whole trial, just the recaps for QB. Margaret says she's been back and forth with that and the Beauty Queen one, which she is not. Gail says same as QB, Walsh recaps. Spence has been watching Christmas movies. We don't have the Disney Channel anymore. We still have it, but that's one of like Dale's non-negotiables. Like he has to have the Disney Channel. So Spins, there are some really good free apps out there. I don't know exactly what they are. I just know Dale has a bunch of stuff on our TV. But yeah, I love some good TV. He sent me a screenshot today. Let me find it. I got to share this with you guys. I don't know where he saw this at. I kind of want it. I'm not even going to lie. I kind of want it. I don't trust that she's not going to pop back in here. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Did he send that to me in text? Yes, here it is. He sent this to me. It says, here, look. It says it's either serial killer documentaries or Christmas movies. We're either slaying, like Christmas tree sleigh, or slaying, like S-L-A-Y-I-N. Look. It's too fuzzy. But yeah, we're either slaying or slaying. We're either slaying or slaying. You know what I mean? No, I mean, that's super cute though. It's either serial killer documentaries or Christmas movies. We either slaying or slaying. I want it. I don't know where he found that at. It's a screenshot. He found it on probably Instagram. Super cute, right, Gail? We have Pluto and Tubi, but Steven hates the commercials. Yeah. And some of those, the commercials aren't bad, but some of them are overkill. Especially the ones that do the, like the kid commercials. Like the sick kiddo commercials. And the, like, animal the like sad animal, Sarah McLachlan sad animal commercials.
Searching for kid-friendly commercials and animal content, I found some popular options like Finding Nemo, Zootopia, and Paddington.
Hold on a second. Did y'all hear her? God, you can't do anything in this house without her being, you know. Jeez, did y'all hear her? That was Alexa. Searching for commercials for your child and pet friendly, blah, blah, blah. No, thank you. I don't want it. She, right. Jeez. But anyway, I don't remember which streaming service it is that's the only commercials they have are the kiddo ones or the pet ones. And, you know, yes, they pull at your heartstrings, but after you've seen 4 minutes of that back to back to back, like every few minutes, because they play them all nonstop, you're like, okay, now I'm just mad. You know what I mean? So he either, I don't know what, like I said, which streaming service that was. He either ditched it or paid for no commercials. I don't know which. But I agree, Gail. Gail says he doesn't even know how we grew up on commercials, right? Has anyone seen the show on Peacock, All Her Fault? No, what's that about? What's that about? Why doesn't she? Why doesn't she? Does she like give that money, like any money to the AS? What is it? I forget now. ASPCA or so, I can't remember what the pet one is. It's so good, Gail. I read the book. The series is better, and that's unusual. What's it about, Donnie? Give us a synopsis. Is that the right word? Is that the right word? As far as streaming this week, I had 2 days back-to-back bead shows that were scheduled, I think on Monday and Tuesday. And then, no, I take that back. Monday, trying to think. I may have done a bead show on Monday, I can't remember. But she had a doctor's appointment later that afternoon. And then Tuesday was her ear appointment to have her tubes put in. So then I had a bead show on Wednesday and Thursday, I guess. I think it was Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and yesterday morning, early morning. So, yeah, it's just been a bit week. And like the snow and the cold weather has like put me in a hibernation mode. I have like conked out a couple times this week, like took big giant naps. I don't have Peacock right now. I usually get it during the Olympics and then cancel. She initially gave it as a gift to use for some charity. Okay. And then they just kept right on with it. I don't know. Ooh, he also got a little bag of Yummies. This was in his stocking at work. They do that, like, kind of like a Secret Santa thing where everybody has to fill everybody's stockings each day. And yeah, so he got some little candy treats. The first day he got a little like travel size Bath and Body Works anti-bac and a chapstick. I was like, ooh, he gave them to me, of course. I was like, you don't want them? He's like I'm going to use scented chapstick and scented hand gel? No. So he gave them to me. I was like, okay, whatever. I'll take them. Twists and turns. Mom schedules a play date with another mom from school. She knows the mom but never has gone to her house. She gets the address to pick her son up, and the address is fake. She can't find her son. Ooh, that looks good. I did watch Love Actually the other day. Oh, that's so good. It does sound good, right, Donnie? Ooh. And it's called Not Her Fault, All Her Fault. All Her Fault. Okay, I'll have to look that up. There is a book, a British version, and this one. All Her Fault. I'm writing that down. All Her Fault on Peacock. Okay. I wrote that down. I'll have to look for that. Sounds good. Sounds very interesting. I don't know what Poppy's doing, but she's back there under the blanket trying to get under a blanket. Pop. She got real still. Poppy. She's not moving. Hi. Hey, Pop. Oh, here she comes. That's it. I'm in trouble now. All right. Hi. I made you get all uncovered. Didn't I? Yeah, I'm so sorry. There's our favorite blanket mound. Yeah. Binge addicting, I bet. Mary Lou, you have my email address, honey. Go into your email or I'll send you an email so you have it like at the top. Sounds good, right, Ween Baby? It does. You can't find it. Okay. I'll send you an email and then it'll be at the top of your thing. I'm sick of the Walmart commercial. Who knew? I don't know if I've seen that. Don't know. All right. You can go lay back down now. Go get back under the blanket. Let me go send Mary Lou an email real quick so she can find it and it don't get lost. Compose. The subject line is going to be, it's me, Jenny. All right, just send it. You should have it now. You're very welcome. It plays all day on Freeform. I haven't seen it. Maybe I have and I just don't know. I honestly don't watch much of anything on the TV. The TV's on all day between both kids and Dale. But as far as me sitting down and watching TV, no. I'm going to either be watching something in here at my desk or on my phone. And it's going to be YouTube. Something on YouTube. Most of the time. Thought you were telling Mary Lou to go lay down. No. I like the commercial where Roy Orbison is singing. I think it's a coffee maker. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Sherry Jones. Hello. I've been on for about an hour, Sherry. For all the updatey things, if you want to hear all the updatey things, just scroll back to the beginning and start over. Or start over later, you know. So you don't miss the life updates and kiddo updates and all that jazz. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Oh, Steven and I are still watching Supernatural. It's moving to Prime this month. Me and Dale love Supernatural. We love it. Some of it's a little too creepy for me. But I still like it. But some of it's a little too out of my comfort zone as far as spiritual stuff, you know. I mean, I know it's all make believe, whatever, but just some of it's just a little bit makes me uncomfortable to watch, you know. But I still love it. The characters in it, I always fall for the characters. And like two of my favorite characters in there are, shoot, what's his name? Oh, hold on a second. Okay, he's not answering me. I was hollering at Dale because I was going to have him tell me the guy's name. I forget what his name is in the movie. Or in the show. Somebody will say it and I'll be like, yep, that's it. I can't remember it, but Rowena and her son. I love Rowena. I love her accent. Exactly. Steven's always arguing with the TV. That's not biblical, right? I know. I know. I'm like, that's not how that works. But okay. I'll go with you for a minute. Crowley. That's it. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Crowley. And I was trying to think because I've got a girlfriend online and her cat's name is Crowley. She named him after that cat. Or she named her cat after Crowley. And I was trying to think of the cat's name and it would not come to me. But I know Rowena's name. But I love her. Love her. I love her so much. And I love to listen to her talk. Yeah, I like Crowley a lot too. I like him. And then there's Cass and just all the different characters I love. So, and of course there's Dean. Oh, wow. He's so pretty. What did QB say? If you have the Netflix, watch Perfect Couple, Beast in Me, and Absentia. So good. What are those about? No, I'm thinking of was it Perfect Neighbor? Is that the one with that woman that shot the neighbor across the road, The Perfect Neighbor or something like that? I did watch that. That was awful. But I don't know. I'm getting into this chocolate. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. And I don't mean for this to come off as like snotty or snooty. But the Palmer's brand chocolate stuff is never good. I mean, it's edible, but it's just not the Palmer's brand candy. It's just not as good as the real stuff, right? Mm-mm. And then you got some soft mints. I like the soft mints too. All right. Palmer is nasty. It leaves a weird film in your mouth. It's the like oil. I know what you mean. But it tastes like I don't know, the chocolate just tastes cheap. It's not very good. I mean, don't get me wrong, I bought it to like fill Easter eggs and Christmas stockings and stuff too, but it's just filler fluff for me. But if you want good candy, don't buy Palmer's. I'm just being honest. Now the Zachary, like the Walmart brand, like you know how you get the big assorted chocolate rectangular boxes for Christmas gifts? The Zachary, their chocolate isn't bad. I like their stuff. Perfect Couple. If I'm cheating with chocolate, it has to be the real deal. Perfect Couple is with Nicole Kidman. Rich family, kids getting married, bride BFF is murdered. Trying to figure out who did it. Ooh, that sounds good. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm back. He's leaving. He's going to run some errands, to do a little Christmas shopping. And then he was going to the conservation club. So, Toblerone. Oh my God, that's such good stuff. Yum. Absentia is an FBI agent, is missing for 6 years and then returns. They're trying to figure out what happened. I don't know. The Nicole Kidman, though, that sounds good. And then what was the other one you said? Beast in Me. Wonder what that one is. That sounds like Wolverine or something. You guys, I think I'm going to have a cup of coffee. Now that I had that sweet, I want some coffee. Beast in Me, hard to describe but intense and so good. Possible killer moves in. Next door to a writer, she starts investigating him and it is crazy. That makes me think of Gail. Me and Dale started Evil a few years ago because that's been out for quite a while. Kind of the same situation as Supernatural with the whole like demonic kind of things. but it gets a little warped. I'm not even gonna lie. So we never did finish watching it. We stopped after one season and then never started back. Not because we didn't want to, just because we kind of got to a time in our lives whenever she would be watching. She's always awake when we're ready to watch TV. And she's not one that'll stay in her bedroom. You know what I mean? And so, yeah. We didn't... Yeah, we have a hard time watching anything that's not kid friendly because she's always in the living room. So, Sirens on Netflix. Absentia is more than that. It's so good. Okay, well, I'll have to check it out. I'll look at it, Donnie, trying to get my Netflix money's worth. I never watch it until I get the bill, and then I try to binge. She makes me crazy, though, QB. I want to wash her face. Ooh, who? Whose face are you wanting to watch? Wash. That's why I didn't watch Criminal Minds too much when the boys were little. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we want to watch, we just can't. Oh, can't remember her name. Beast in Me. Okay. There's so much stuff that we want to watch, like I said, but we just can't because she's, you know. The only thing we can do is watch it like in here in the bedroom. But then we're always interrupted because, you know, I can run her out of here, but she still will be like, she's always right up our hind end. So, you know how it is, right? And when she goes to bed, it's not long after that. Dale's ready for bed. You know, Eli sometimes is ready for bed. It's never good time. Claire Danes. Another one with her I want to watch. Oh, gosh. I got to write these other ones down. Hold on a minute. The Perfect Couple. And that's on Netflix. And then Beast in Me. Homeland. That sounds familiar. And then what was the last one? Absentia. Netflix. There's a new Diddy doc on Netflix too. Ugh. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. So as far as the trial, I have watched 0 of the Brian Walsh trial, and I've tried to start watching the Beauty Queen one, but it took me like 3 days to get through day 1, because I would start it while I was working or whatever, and then would get preoccupied and then have to rewind it. Then I would try to watch it when I would lay down, and then I'd fall asleep and have to wake up and rewind it again. And so it took me forever to get day 1 watched. I finally got it all the way, and then today I started day 2. Now, in real time today, they're already in closing arguments, and I think on Verdict Watch, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go look. Oh, and FYI, I know this is super random, but I just saw it on my homepage of my computer. It says shredded cheese recalled due to possible metal fragments. Just keep an eye out on your shredded cheese, please. And thank you. Love and Death on Netflix too. Ooh. Oh, and The Man on the Inside is super cute. Crimey but cute. And with Ted Danson. I love Ted Danson. Steven is 21 and he got on to me for watching Game of Thrones. He said it was soft. You're not kidding. He's right. Chaloon! Oh my God. Hi. How are you? I missed your little face. I've seen you comment on about Jolie the other day for the celiac stuff. And then I've seen you, here and there on Instagram. And I'm like, oh, I love her and I miss her. Don't mean to be a lurker, but hi, Jenny. Hi, Chaloon. Cleaning like a mad lady before my parents get here. So nice to see your pretty face. Oh, I love you. Hi. It's so good to see you. So good to see you. Clean away, friend. Clean away. I know. Chaloon. Look at your profile picture, you pretty thing. Did you change your profile picture? Pretty, pretty, pretty. Gail, speaking of Game of Thrones, though, yeah, my husband and I were watching that. And your son's not even lying. Yeah, it's really pretty. I love the picture. You're gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's funny though, Gail. He jumping onto you for watching soft corn dogs. I don't know what else to popcorn. I don't know what else to call it. But yeah. I would imagine so. I couldn't imagine watching that with a kid, with one of my children. I mean, neither one of my children, because my big kiddo, no, thank you. Ew. And, of course, but having a grown kid, watching it with, I couldn't watch it with my adult nephews and nieces. Let me just say that. No. I couldn't do it. Not with a straight face. I'd be like, no! If I was by myself, sure, right? But if I were watching it in the same room as my adult nephews and nieces, no. 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 I tried Hunting Wives. No, thank you. Talk about, oh, really? Okay, back to vacuuming. Hope to be more active on here soon. Well, Chaloon, thanks for dropping in. I appreciate you, and I love you, and it's good to see you. He says the same about the books I read, but he is Mr. Potty Mouth, not a... Well, it's different for him, but he can't have his mommy be watching corn dogs and reading corn dogs. So, I don't watch it with him in the room, but sometimes he walks in, right? Yeah. Have you guys seen those, videos on, Instagram and Facebook and stuff where, I saw one the other day where the woman had AirPods in and she was listening to an audiobook, and the husband is sitting at a computer, in the next room or whatever, and all of a sudden his AirPods connect to her phone, and so he's hearing what she's hearing on the book, and he's like, so that's what you do during the day. Oh, Lord have mercy. Funny, funny, funny. Blushing thinking about it, I know. Too funny. I would be mortified. Mortified. All right. So, well, I figured I didn't know what you guys wanted to do today. I've chatted for about an hour and 10 minutes. I've told you everything. And, um, if we wanted to do something a little crimey, I thought that we could maybe watch the closing arguments for today. Or not. I don't want to ruin the beauty queen trial for anyone. You know what I mean? I don't want to ruin it for anybody. Um, but I mean, I'm still going to watch it all the way through because I want to hear everything. But I don't know. It's up to you guys. Can you imagine if you were at the doctor's and your earbuds went out? Oh my God, Gail. Like sitting in the waiting room and in a waiting room full of people. Oh my God. I would just get up and walk out. I would. I'd just get up and walk out. Mortifying. Mary Lou, if you're still here, did you ever email me back? I don't see an email back. Okay, I'm going to close that out. Hold on a second, I'm looking at something. Hold on, because it looks like they either had a... It looks like they had a jury question or something, because I know they're on Verdict Watch right now, and the... looks like the chat is saying a bunch of stuff. So hold on a second. Let me mute myself for just a minute, because I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want you guys to hear nothing that we don't want to hear yet. So hold on just a second. Okay. Sorry about that. I was just wanting to make sure I wasn't missing something big. Um, yeah, I was reading the comments. I would have too. Donnie, I would have looked at you two and been like she was probably listening to the Crime Cafe. uh, okay. Are you guys up for watching some of the closing? I was so nervous I couldn't find the volume. Lord have mercy. The only reason I would even bring up watching the closings with you guys now is because I'm not going to stream. I mean, the trial today's the last day, and I'm not going to like go back and stream it from the beginning for you guys, although I'm going to watch it all the way through. But I don't mind watching because I already know what the situation is. I just haven't heard all of the evidence yet, but for the most part, I have. So we can watch it and then you can kind of get a, oh wow, wait a minute, I think they're back again. Hold on. Oh, they're back. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, never mind. He was back, but it was just to talk to the attorneys. Nothing. They didn't. Nothing. Nothing. So we'll go ahead and watch a little bit of it. Let me. You've been keeping up with Walsh. I know Morgana has too. QB's been watching the recaps. I think Gail said she was watching the recaps. But I haven't watched any of it. None of it. Let me rewind it back to where the closing arguments start. Let me share the screen again. Okay. Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum ba dum bum. Okay, here we go.
One moment, please. Move this over.
on, dude. Get your stuff together.
Please, everybody, make sure that your phones are off.
I'm gonna go get me some coffee. Let me fast forward this a little bit so he gets to his stuff.
Now, what this case was about
Here we go.
was the short life and the horrible death of one precious little boy. By now, of course, you know who that is. It's J.D. Angeles, born June 25th, 2022. He died January 14th, 2024. The state, of course, has charged Trinity Pogue with causing his death. She's charged in an indictment which contends that she committed several violations of the law, several huge crimes, beginning with cruelty to children, aggravated battery. From each of those felonies, there's a charge of felony murder. And then finally, there's a charge of malice murder. And when you get to the point where you're having to move from this, we have this fact, and we have this allegation. How do you get there? And there's really not, I mean, the judge is going to tell you what the law is, okay, but there's not really in the judge's instructions, typically there's not really a roadmap for how you get there. And so what I would suggest to you, ladies and gentlemen, is this. And again, I mean, you are free to decide the case however you choose to decide the case and by whatever process you choose. But I would suggest to you or submit to you that you might consider this process. And that is, you start with the facts that are beyond dispute. The things that you know that are established, where there's just not a realistic argument, where there's not a realistic dispute, where there's no controversy. Start there. And then the reason you start there is this, because you can resolve the disputed issues in the way that is most consistent with the facts that aren't in dispute. Okay, so if you know that 2 and 3, that these two things are true, and then you're trying to decide whether this third thing is true or not, you can take that third thing and view it through the lens of what you know, of what you've already established or what you've already decided is an indisputed or undisputed issue. Once you've determined what happened factually, then you can apply the law to the facts. And of course, Judge Sizemore is going to give you a long explanation of what the law is, and he's going to tell you something very much like this. It's something that says to the effect of, you are the judges of the facts and the law, that you determine the facts, and you apply the law to the facts to determine the outcome of this case. So for this part of my argument, what I want to do is this, ladies and gentlemen, is focus on some facts that are absolutely, at this point, indisputable in this trial. There is an indisputable medical fact in this trial, and that is that the cause of this child's death was massive head trauma. There's no question about, did he die because he had an infection? Did he die because he lost his leg and bled to death? Did he die for any one of these other reasons that might cause someone to pass away? In this case, the unanimous opinion of the medical witnesses that you heard from, the physicians that you heard from, I'm not talking about Dr. Gamble now, I'm talking about the actual doctors, okay, who testified in trial, okay, Michael Bussman, who's practiced medicine in this town for 30-something years. Jill Olick, who has practiced medicine in this town for 15 or 17 years. Dr. Anthony Clark, who has served as a medical examiner both in Georgia and Florida, for the last 30-something years, who's done 8,100 autopsies, who's testified in court as an expert witness hundreds of times as to the cause and manner of death, they all agree this child died from this wound. Now, there are other injuries, and we're going to talk about those later in my argument, okay? But for right now, well, I want you to focus on this one, and that is that it is an undisputed fact that this child died from head trauma. It's also undisputed that the trauma, or the cause of the trauma, is also undisputed. Dr. Clark says it was a tremendous impact to the back of the head. These are quotes I wrote down while I was listening to the testimony. He says it was a tremendous impact to the back of the head. Dr. Busman says it was a direct, high-impact blow. There's not a question as to whether or not or how you get this kind of head trauma. In other words, it's beyond controversy. You can't get this kind of head trauma from bumping your head on the door back here, or you can't get this kind of head trauma because you have weak bones. You can't get this kind of head trauma because you have some rare childhood disorder like Paget's disease or Alagille disease or whatever it was that was brought up. Okay, rare childhood disorders, bone diseases, all these other things. None of those things will cause the trauma that this child suffered. To get this kind of trauma, it is an undisputed fact that it must be a direct, high-impact blow. The time frame between the trauma and this child's death, this child's appearance at the emergency room and subsequent death, is also not reasonably in dispute in this case. Okay. None of these doctors who testified even allow for the possibility that this child's injuries were suffered the day before or the night before or even 3 or 4 or 5 hours before. They certainly weren't built up over time. It wasn't that he had a partial occipital and parietal skull fracture, with a massive hematoma at the back of his head and 3 or 4 other brain bleeds across his head, and that they just built up over some period of weeks. That's not what happened. The high-impact trauma that this child suffered would immediately, according to Dr. Busman, very quickly, 30 to 60 minutes at the most, result in essentially a full onset of symptoms. Dr. Olick said there is 0% chance of normal behavior from the time of impact forward. So what are the chances? I mean, I ask, what are the chances? What are the chances that this child could have sustained this blow and behaved normally for any period of time? And the answer was, there is a 0% chance of that. Dr. Clark makes it 3 for 3. The time frame that Dr. Clark establishes is this. He says that at a minimum, initial symptoms like drooling, staggering, vomiting would have appeared very quickly, within seconds to minutes after the impact. He said, in his mind, you probably would be in terms of the initial onset of symptoms. In his mind, it's probably more like seconds than minutes before the symptoms begin. Those facts have been established, ladies and gentlemen, by the evidence that you heard in this courtroom. Okay, you don't have to Google it. Okay, you don't have to have a discussion about what happened, when you were a child or when somebody else was a child or those kinds of things. You don't have to talk about, what people in the medical community really think. Okay, we're not talking about vaccines or something where some people say, it's this, you should take them, and some people say you shouldn't and all that. We are talking about medical facts as to which there is no disagreement. That brings you to this point. The question for you to answer as a jury is this: who could have caused the trauma that killed this baby within the time frame that it had to have occurred. Okay? No telling in any number of things, any number of people, any number of circumstances could certainly have caused severe trauma to this child at some point in time. But that's not really the question. The question is, who could have caused this trauma within the time frame that you have available? There's an answer to that question. From 8 o'clock p.m. Saturday night, when they were in Albany, Georgia, on January 13th, 2024, until about 12:30 Sunday afternoon, January 14th, okay, for that whole time period, there was only one person who was ever alone with this child. One. There was one person who was ever alone with him for any period of time during that 16 and a half hours. You know who that was? That person was Trinity Pogue. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, when you focus on this time period and you reduce it down to the time during the time frame that the doctors talked about, the time immediately prior to the onset of the symptoms, the answer becomes clearer. One person was alone with JD during the time immediately before his symptoms appeared. That one person was Trinity Pogue. At 11:55 a.m. on Sunday, J.D. Angelus was a healthy little boy. By 12:30 p.m., he was in a literal death countdown. It wasn't a question anymore as to whether or not he might live. It wasn't a question anymore as to whether he could be saved. It wasn't a question anymore as to whether he would ever be able to grow up. By 12:30 p.m., at 12:30 p.m., he was dying. There were symptoms that appeared during this time frame that appeared when Julian Williams, Jay Williams, when he pulled up to the dorm and he got out of his car and he went inside to pick up that child. Actually went inside to put down the pizza and the drinks because he thought they were going to have lunch. But when he went in and he picked up that child, there were immediate symptoms that the child was suffering right then. The child was essentially unconscious. Okay? The testimony is that his head was limp, that he couldn't hold his head up, that his body was limp, that his head was bobbling around. He was nauseated. Before he got to the car, or as he was getting into the car, the child threw up all over his daddy. He was draining CSF, cerebral spinal fluid. Okay, the fluid that circles your brain, that encircles your brain, that helps protect you from impacts, that helps protect your brain from shock, from harm. Okay, that fluid, by the time he got to the hospital, was literally coming out of his nose and his mouth. It was no longer contained here where it's supposed to be. It was here because of the head injury he had suffered. He was in cardiac or respiratory, cardiac and respiratory arrest at that time. When he got to the hospital, he wasn't breathing and he didn't have a pulse. Those symptoms, when you go back to the time frame that the doctors established, those symptoms would have had the impact that caused them, the impact that caused those symptoms would have had to have occurred within minutes before the child presented at the hospital. During those 35 minutes that we're talking about, okay, these 35 minutes right here, 11:55 to 12:30, during those 35 minutes, One person and only one person was alone with that child. Trinity Pogue. To think about some of this way, ladies and gentlemen. You have a circumstance where you have two people in a room. We see this in cases that get presented. I mean, I guess prosecutors everywhere see it at some point or another. You have two people in a room. One of them ends up dead. There's a fight. One of them ends up dead. Okay? You would think that's an easy case, right? Like, you have two people, one's dead, now we know who did it. Okay? But those aren't typically easy cases. And the reason they're not easy cases is because the person who is alive says, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. He attacked me. He threatened me. He did this, he did that. You know, I was fighting for my life. Or he angered me so badly that I didn't really have a choice. I was overcome by the emotion of the moment, you know, so it should be voluntary manslaughter or something like that, okay? So there's a myriad of issues that sort of layer on top of each other when you have two people in a room, except in this circumstance, okay? Because the two people in the room during those 35 minutes were J.D. Angelus and the defendant. Those are the two people who were in there. There's not an argument that can potentially, possibly, in this universe or beyond, there's no argument that can be made that it was caused by the child, that the child, was aggressive, that the child was the initial aggressor, that the child, attacked her and she had to defend herself. Okay? So it makes the two people in a room situation, instead of it being a hard case anymore, it becomes an easy one. I'm about to wrap up here in just a moment, sit down and turn over the podium to Mr. Gamble. But I want you to think about something, okay? As you listen to him nitpick the evidence, and you heard the examination, you heard opening statements, you heard the examination of various witnesses, and so you already know it's coming. But as you hear him nitpick the evidence, I want you to keep this question in the back of your mind. What do any of these things really have to do with the death of J.D. Angelus? Did poor parenting, missing baby doctor appointments, misusing a car seat, do those things kill this child? No. Those things didn't kill this child. Would testing some dirty diaper that came out of the dumpster or testing the vomit that was on Jay Williams' shirt and jacket, would testing those things, would interviewing some people in Colquitt, 50 miles or 75 miles away from, no, it's more than 50, right? Like 75, 80 miles away from where this happened. We're going down to Colquitt and interviewing some people. Would that put somebody else in the room with Trinity Pogue and the baby? Would that have put somebody else in a position to inflict this trauma? No. Those tests, those things, you're not going to get that. Did a bottle of rum or a dispute or a fight over social media passwords kill that child? No. What killed that child was, with beyond dispute, it was a massive, tremendous blow to the back of his head that cracked his skull from here to here. So, there's a smoke and mirror show coming, though. I promise you. There's a smoke and mirror show coming. And I was thinking about this in terms of how do you see through smoke? Okay, how do you clear the smoke? Right? Firemen, okay? There's a house on fire. Firemen go in and there's smoke everywhere. They have to get through. They have to navigate through. The smoke will kill them. I mean, if you just breathe it in, it'll kill you. If you just accept it, if you just let it be there, If you don't fight against the smoke, it'll kill you. So what they do is they put on goggles, and a face mask, with a breathing apparatus and a breathing tank so they can navigate their way through the smoke until it clears and they can get to whatever it is they're trying to accomplish. That question, ladies and gentlemen, that question is, that provides your goggles, okay? That provides your breathing apparatus for getting through and seeing through the smoke that's coming. That girl killed that little boy. She killed that little boy. She cracked his skull out of anger, out of malice. We'll talk about all that later. She killed that little boy. She's the only person who could possibly have done it in the time frame in which it had to have occurred. Don't let these other things that don't have anything to do with the answer to that question, who killed J.D. Angeles? Don't let these other things cloud your vision and fog your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I'm gonna let the jury step back in the jury room while the attorneys switch over their computers and stuff, and go ahead and take the stuff. That's right.
I stepped away for a few
We'll
minutes.
be back in 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Look at that. Vexatious Parrot. That is our Miss Shiraz. Thank you so much for that super sticker. That is very much appreciated. And I thank you. It's good to have you here. How are you doing? How are you? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hold on. Let me give you some sparkle. We haven't had that in a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I love that. Thank you, Shiraz. It's good to see you, hun. Good to see you. Hold on. Tried watching this trial, but the audio was bad. It sounds like they fixed it. It's back and forth, Ween Baby. I know. That's annoying, though. On my way home from Walmart, I saw the forensics van. I was like, a young girl was driving it. Ooh, I know. When you see one of those, you're like, you want to follow it, right? Shiraz, this trial is in Georgia. This one is in Georgia. Hubs asked me to change my username because it was too similar to my actual name. Feel like I gotta reintroduce myself every time I enter a chat. It's Shiraz. I'm doing good. How are you? Spectacular. Love that. I love that glitter guy. Such attitude, I know, right? I love him too. Thank you, thank you. Did you have a good Thanksgiving? Did you have a good Thanksgiving? This girl looks guilty. Is that the right word? I don't know, but something bad happened to that poor little baby. I know that much. And she's trying to act like he fell out of a chair, and that caused like the massive, like he fractured his occipital whatever back here. And all the people, the ME and the forensic people were like, even just a few seconds after that, he would have been experiencing pretty bad side effects. That's, but they tried to act like it had happened over time or something. I don't know. Holidays are weird now. This time my daughter couldn't be home, so it's just another dinner with my hub's family. I'm sorry. Shiraz, it's called VXTUYO Smart Bird Feeder with camera. It's a solar one, $59.99. It has really good quality. From the videos that I've seen of Donnie's, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Sorry. I would imagine that would have been a little, I can't imagine people having holidays and their kiddos not being able to be there. That's tough. But yeah, she tried to say that he had fallen out of a chair. And then they tried to say that he had fallen out of the bed. However, the bed that he was sleeping on was an air mattress on the floor. So, Gail, yes, Donnie, if you go to click on Donnie's channel, it'll take you to go look at her videos. They're all, she's got a little camera set up for her birds. You can watch her little hummingbirds and stuff. It's so cute. She's got some really good ones on there. A Bird Buddy, it's so. Camera is 2K, and I've got some amazing shots, but it misses a lot. So cute. Yeah, they're fun to watch. They freak me out, though. I'm always afraid they're going to, stab me in the head when they, fly by me. Can you imagine? Oof. Oy, 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 oy. Clips on your profile, too. Okay. Wow. I'm going to have to go check those out. You guys follow Shiraz, otherwise known as Vexatious Parrot, and Donnie Not Wahlberg. Go look at their super cute little bird videos. I'm glad you guys are doing that. I think it's cool. I like to watch that kind of stuff. I like to watch it. Morgana has one too, I think. Didn't Morgana get a... Yeah, Morgana did. Morgana got one too. She got a bird cam. For her, she has a bunch of hummingbirds hangs out at her place. Not anymore because it's cold, but I don't know if I'm sure. I don't know. Does Morgana? Where is Miss Morgana? I'm gonna have to tag her hind end. Morgana, where are you? Hold on, I gotta go. Let me go message her real quick. Morgana. Yeah, the cardinals are out now. So I'm wondering if she feeds the birds in the winter and gets videos of them. Detective, good to see you. It's been a minute. How are you doing? It has been a long time. I hope you're doing well. How are you? Hold on just a second. Let me text. Sorry for the yawn. That was so rude of me. Hold on. We're talking. Let's see if she replies back. It's Friday. She's usually running around doing all her errands on Fridays. Been invaded by spice finches here. They're adorable, but OMG, they can eat. They're from Asia, but people bring them here as pets, then release them or something. I have two. One is for hummingbird food and one for bird seed. We've got cardinals year-round here in Houston. My pair finally grew their feathers back. We have, we always have cardinals too. But they're so much more visible in the wintertime, you know, because especially when there's a lot of snow. And then when the trees have lost all their leaves, you can see them hanging out in the tree, on the tree branches and stuff. They're just beautiful. I love the red birds. And I like the bluebirds too. The bluebirds are super cute, but I don't see those as often. And I like the blue jays are beautiful and huge, but they're mean. They're so mean. Here in San Antonio too, I didn't know they were year-round. I think we just notice them more in the winter months because they're more visible, you know? More visible. But we get more snow than you guys get. I mean, y'all don't get snow. They are mean. Blue jays are mean. They're bully birds. Bullies. They are bully birds. Oh my gosh. I'm getting the yawns. Thought about getting a hummingbird feeder, but they only come through here 2 times a year and they attract so many ants. I scare off the blue jays. They rob nests. They're mean. They really are mean. But they're so pretty and they're big, you know? But they are mean ones for sure. All right, we're going to get back to the closings. Let me see, I might have to fast forward a bit. Okay, here we go. Now, her attorney, just an FYI, her defense attorney has the best Georgian accent, okay? Love listening to him talk. I don't like the guy, but I like to listen to him talk. So you guys will get a hoot out of listening to him. I get an ant moat for my hummingbird feeders, and that keeps them away. Yeah, because the hummingbird feed is just sugar water, right? I like jays. I got a few visitors. My cardinals scare them away. Not what I expected. The cardinals scare the blue jays away? They're pretty to look at. But, ants and wasps. I put on protectors. It's a lot of work. I clean it every other day. Wow. Yeah, the sugar water does turn bad quickly. We don't have enough hummingbirds to eat it, right? Like, we just don't get very many. I guess it's because we don't put out feeders. Maybe if I started putting out the feeders, you know, they would learn to come my direction. I don't know. I mean, I'll see them randomly sticking their cute little beaks in the flowers and stuff, you know, but I don't see very many of them. They can be really territorial and they work in pairs. Birds are funny little creatures. All right, here we go. Let's listen to this man's Georgian accent. I don't know what made her start crying all of a sudden. Now, I'm assuming the woman behind her with the blonde hair is her mother with the black and white striped top. I'm assuming that is the defendant's mother. Oh, the orange trumpet things. They do like the very trumpeted like flowers. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Gamble.
There's a really pretty vine that we used to have here, and it takes over pretty quick. But it's called Hummingbird's Peak. It's mostly it grows like it's a vine, and it's got real pretty like pinkish red flowers that pop out all over it. It's gorgeous. When you say Georgia, I think of the country because I'm Polish. Oh. Yeah, Hummingbird's Peak. It's beautiful. It's really, really pretty. We used to have that, but like I said, it takes over. It'll go everywhere. So you got to watch it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last time that I have an opportunity to speak with you. I have as many as 2 hours to speak, and I can assure you it won't be that long, and I'm sure you'll be glad that it will not be. But what I have to say is important, because some of the things that the district attorney said just a moment ago, I'm not going to try to address that particularly, except one thing he said was that this is an easy case. And when I first came before you, I told you this was a case in which the state had a case that was filled with suspicion, but empty on evidence. And then this is exactly what I mean. Would the state consider this an easy case that did not require any investigation, did not require much to be done because they were so sure of who they thought it was that was responsible, they failed miserably in every phase of the investigation otherwise? And if you look at the evidence, the question that was put on the screen about whether or not any of this has to do with the death of the child, this is not a case about whether or not the child died. We all know that. If that is what the state needs to prove, they have done that. And we concede that. That is not what this case is about. This case is about the state of Georgia accusing this young lady of a very serious crime of murder. And when the state makes a claim like that against someone, it is their sworn duty to prove it. And not just a little bit, but prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That meaning that if there is any other reasonable explanation for what could have happened, any at all in your mind, you cannot come back with a guilty verdict. Now let's look at what we have in this case. I'm going to go through several things. You got to imagine I'm having to unwind quite a bit of evidence that's come through these last 4 or 5 days. But I'm going to try to take you through, not piece by piece who testified, but about certain things that matter. And the first one is, and a very important one is, that Agent Gibson came and testified. You remember, he is the person who said he is a crime scene specialist. He also has special training in crime scene preservation. He said he was told to go to a particular location where they believed the crime scene occurred. That would be the dorm room at the Oaks of Trinity Poe, where also Mr. Williams had been staying and the child. Now we know when he went there that really quickly after arrival at the hospital, an officer was posted at the door and it was taped off and someone stayed there, and so no one came back to that room after Mr. Williams and Ms. Poe left that room. We know it, one, because it was roped off and had an officer there, but also they got video. So we know if someone had come through in that dorm and tried to mess with anything from the time they left until the investigator got there, that's not possible. Investigator says that's right. So we don't have a question about has there been a cleanup in this room? Has there been some tampering in this room? Nothing has happened in this room except the people left, and they left it in whatever condition it was in at the time they left in a hurry to go to the hospital. And what did he tell you about his investigation? He said he took photographs of everything that he saw in each room because they like to show the setup of each room to begin with and let you know everything that's there. And then his secondary purpose and most important purpose was to gather any evidence that he felt was important to the case that could be used in this case to prosecute the case, whether it be against Ms. Pogue, whether it be against Mr. Williams, whether it be against some third party, who knows, but to gather that evidence. And I asked him, at the conclusion of questioning him, isn't it true that you did not obtain a single piece of evidence that was any use to you in this case? And he said, yes, that is true. Not one thing. I asked him, did you find any blood in that dorm room anywhere in that location, in that vicinity? His answer was no. Did you collect any type of human fluid that you thought would have been beneficial to tell you something? He said, no. I said, did you find any type of weapon in that room that might have been used, any kind of instrument that could have been used to cause blunt force trauma? Did you find a bat? Did you find a paddle? Did you find a statue that's sitting in the room that might be used? And his answer was, no. I found nothing that I think could be used as a weapon. I asked him, did you find any place in that room or those couple of rooms where it looked like someone could have hit, an arm of a chair sitting out or a high countertop that might have a sharp edge, anything that looked like it could have been a child pounded into? Did you find anything that would have drawn your attention where you got evidence? He said, no. So what about the walls? Did you look at the walls to see? You would look at that. Yes, I would. Did you see anything? His answer is no. So we know that the state claims they have a crime scene, but a crime scene in which they have obtained zero evidence from. I'm not talking about a little evidence, zero, unless you believe Agent Ford, I think, said they did get a receipt from Walmart that proved they went to Walmart to buy the drinks. I'll give them that. That's it. Nothing of evidentiary value from a supposed crime scene. Now remember, they said this is a violent, massive force injury. Yet there's no evidence within that room of anything that occurred like that. And I remember I asked the agent, I said, well, have you ever heard of luminol? A lot of people I know have heard of luminol. Luminol is used to spray it across the room in case you don't see blood evidence. But just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's been cleaned up or it's only a small spot and you can't see it with the naked eye. Spray with luminol, turn the lights down, turn on a certain light, and if there's any particular speck of blood, it'll light up. And I asked, did you do that? And he said, no, he didn't do that. He didn't offer an explanation why. He just didn't do that. It is inconceivable that someone, individually, intentionally, did harm to this child in that way, and it didn't leave some type of forensic evidence in that room. And remember, you also told the child supposedly was throwing up on the way out of the room, and there was no throw up coming out of the room into the hallway. No evidence. The state is required to provide evidence. A defendant comes into a courtroom under the law cloaked in innocence, and it does not be removed from the defendant from the time they enter until they leave, unless some actual evidence comes in that can disprove that innocence beyond a reasonable doubt. But their crime technician, the one that's charged with collecting evidence, has collected nothing. So we don't know if that's a crime scene or not. We didn't get any evidence from him if it is. And we also know when I interviewed and questioned most of the arresting officers and the GBI agents, anyone that was involved in this case, the autopsy people, all of them, we do know that the child suffered from blunt force trauma. We know that. But not a single person that I asked, number one, I asked each one, can you say, based upon what you saw, who did that? And the response for each of those persons is, no, I can't. I can't tell you from what I'm looking at, from what I observed and what evidence I had in front of me. I could not tell you. I could not say, yeah, I can tell you so-and-so did it. I can't tell you that I took ballistics from a gun and I can show it matches John Brown's gun. No. I can't tell you I found a weapon that was owned by somebody and now it's been used. And more importantly, I can't look at the body and tell you of a single mark that shows there's anything been done to it other than it has blunt force trauma, but not in a sense of you can see a paddle mark or a baseball mark or something that says someone did this to this child individually. They have none of that. So they don't know who, but they also don't know how. I talked to people. I asked Agent Ford. I asked every one of them. Do you know how? What happened? Well, they've got some theories. Maybe this, maybe that. I don't know. We just know the child had significant injury. So now we don't know where the crime scene is. We don't know necessarily who did it. And we don't know how they did it. We don't have any type of weapon. We don't have any type of instrument that supposedly caused it. And you're left with some speculation of, well, could it have been just the hands of someone, just the person themselves? Could they have done that themselves? And somehow grab him, somehow punch him. Trinity Pogue had done that. She had grabbed the child and done that with her hands. Well, you would think if that's a possibility that the GBI would have looked at her hands, photographed her hands, would have looked to see if there was any signs that she used her hands. Because remember again, this is a violent force, blunt force trauma. She used her hands to cause that. And you talk to her within a few hours of it, and you look at those hands, it's going to show. Whether they're going to show redness from blows, whether they're going to show scratching, whatever it may be. And it took quite a bit of pressure, of course, according to Dr. Clark and some of the others that testified. And we also know Mr. Williams was around the child. Who's more able to use great force to cause injury? Who knows who caused injury? But if there is injury, we do know from Mr. Williams, nobody looked at his hands either. They didn't do anything to check that. And they didn't do that because they weren't going to check on Mr. Williams anyway. Because they were already down the rabbit trail they went down to begin with. That Trinity Pogue is guilty and we don't need to look at any other evidence. Now you know that because I talked to Agent Ford, and I asked her about what their investigation do. We know that she talked to everybody that she knew in that dorm or had agents with her do so, interview them all. Try to find out what they know. She got a phone. She got the phone of Mr. Williams. She did a few other things. She talked to different people. Well, then when I asked her about what efforts she made to try to find out anything about Mr. Williams or his sister, Ashante Burr, what did they tell me? And the reason I asked that before I go any further, remember I asked that agent, I said, when you have child abuse cases, isn't it true that sometimes or often you find that a child has had injuries before the situation that leads to their death? They kind of show there'd been abuse in the past, but now it's occurred. And she said, well, not all the time. And I said, but sometime, right? And she said, yes. And I said, isn't it important to then look, to try to see, to try to find out if that's the case? Now, she discounted it and said no. Why did she say no? Because we already had a dead child here. I know it was in that dorm room. I don't need to look anywhere else. That's what she told me. I don't need to look anywhere else because I know where it happened. That's it. I don't need to look. I said, did you go to the house where the child lived and at least look at the house? No. I said, you wouldn't even know how to get there. Right now, if I wanted you to take me to where the child lived, and the answer is no, she wouldn't. Not even looking to see what type of condition was she living in. I don't know. No one knows. They didn't investigate it. Did they talk to any neighbors to see anything about the relationships going on? No. Did they talk to anybody that he worked with? No. Did they go to his workplace? No. Did they make any effort to find out? No.
Oh, I was going to pause it for a quick minute and show you. So I pulled the picture up. This is what it looks like. Right? That's what it looks like. But it's just like other vines. It can take over if you don't, keep it tamed and under control. So just a heads up. But yeah, it's really, really pretty. Really, really pretty. I've been around, took a bit of a mental health break. So good to see you, Shiraz. Yes. She's been doing some things. Pretty little star flowers. Yeah, they're really, really pretty. Really, really pretty. Yeah, it looks kind of Christmassy, right? But when it's out in the summertime, it's just pretty. I love the bright color of the flower against that dark green. Can you grow it in a hanging basket? Probably. I mean, I don't really know. It's just like any other vine. Like most of the time, people grow it like on up a fence post or on a, what do you call those things that people put in their garden? What are those things that people put like viney? A trellis, that's the word I was looking for. Couldn't think of the word. Trellis, that kind of thing. Ours was on trellises, but I mean, I guess you could put it in a hanging basket. It would be pretty, but you'd have to keep it cut back or else it would start growing and twining around whatever is around the hanging basket, you know. Says it can be grown in pots but needs climbing trellis. Yeah. Super, super pretty. All right. I wanted to just show the picture because I had it saved in case you couldn't find it. And then I was like, well, here, let me just show you real quick. QB, I got overwhelmed with one YouTube channel. I was starting to have nightmares. Interesting what sinks into our subconscious. Very unhealthy, had to unsub. Oh, wow. Wow, wow. The trumpet vine we have is woody and the roots spread out everywhere. I'm still digging parts of it up and those roots are stubborn. I'll tell you something else that's very stubborn. Something that we have and it's gorgeous, but like we find little offshoots of it everywhere, like even way far away from where it is, and it's a mimosa tree. Those little things are stubborn. Little mimosa tree. I have campanulas, I don't know how to say that, seeds to try and grow. QB said mine wasn't so much YouTube, but live stuffs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I never did go get my coffee. My cuppeth is emptieth. I gotta go get me a cup. Gotta go get me a cup of coffee. All right, here we go.
Because they'd already gone down that trail. And they decided at that point, this is the story we'll tell, and you'll see, and I'm going to talk about this in a little bit, about the testimony being shaped to make sure it fits over here. And struggle and fight no matter what to keep it there. Because that's what they decided early on, and they don't want to break away from that. But now you have a case, you got no evidence. None whatsoever about how the blunt trauma was occurring. You don't know for sure where it occurred. You don't know who did it, but they say it's an easy case. They say now we just got to look at it and we should be fine. But you know, maybe the most important witness that came in this courtroom was the one that's not tied up and connected with everyone else, and that's Dr. Busman. You know, the rest of these folks, they got some allegiance one way or another. GBI can say what they want to. Dr. Clark's been working for GBI forever. And yeah, he's going to testify for the GBI. And you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to support whatever side he came in the court to testify about. He's not going to break off of that. And you got these law enforcement agents. They've already gone down the rabbit trail. They've decided what they know. They're not going to break off. But Dr. Busman didn't ask to be in this case, didn't want to be in the case. He had one duty and one thing he had to do. And that was, he was an ER doctor, and he had to try to give some type of treatment for this child and see if he could save it. That was it. And then he got called to come testify. And he had to do that. I'm sure he didn't want to. As you could probably see, at least somewhat, he wasn't that comfortable in testifying, but he testified. So you can bet he was trying to be truthful about what happened. He told you some things that were extremely important. And one of the things that, as important as anything, I believe it's exhibit number, let me make sure I got the right exhibit here. Exhibit 26 is the medical record from the treatment that he gave the child when he came to the emergency room and all that happened. And that record's already been introduced. It's an authentic record. You're going to get it back with you. You can look at all of it. And it's got some pretty important stuff that's contained in it. The most important stuff it's got that's contained in it, if you look at that document, and I'm going to ask you that you do when you get the chance at the end of this trial, you're going to see that there are numbered pages. There's two sections of numbered pages. You first look in it, and there's just a bunch of preliminary stuff with no numbers on it, maybe 20 pages worth, 15 or 20. Then you'll come up with pages 1 through 39. Well, in that section of 1 through 29 on page 23, you'll need to look at. And then you'll see a second section of 1 through 28, and on that section you need to look at page 20 and 21 of those. Now, why do you need to look at those? Because those medical records on 3 separate occasions say within the record that the father presents bedside and states the child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival. Why is that important? First of all, we know from Dr. Busman that the only person bedside was the father. The girlfriend, Trinity Pogue, was not there yet. So the only person, it's not a mix-up that they said he told it. We know that because it's in this record. Now, what was interesting about that, did you see how the state struggled so hard when they got back up to pull that out of the record? To say, well, didn't that get entered a few hours later? I mean, that didn't happen right away, trying to insinuate that maybe some mistake was made. Maybe that's not really what got said. On, and Busman, you can see he was almost confused. Why is that happening? But I'll tell you why that's happening. Because they didn't like what Busman had to say, and they didn't like what he had to say because it's a lot more than just the father coming in with a story that we know is not true. We know that the child didn't fall 5 minutes prior, or don't think he did. Or if he did, maybe the father knew it and we didn't know it. Well, they try to then claim that maybe Ms. Pogue had told him that, and that's why he told the doctor that. Remember when I got Agent Ford up and started asking her about the interview she did with Mr. Williams? But before I put her up, I asked Mr. Williams, did you tell the agent when she first interviewed you what you believe happened to cause the injury? He said, first interview, yes, I did. Second interview, I said, did you tell her? Yes, I did. And I put the agent up and asked her, can you tell me, here's your summary. If you look at it, do you have it from the first interview that first occurred when you got there with Mr. Williams? Yes, I do have it. It's 10 or 12 pages long. Okay. Can you turn to a certain page there and tell me, if you're looking at that, tell me anywhere do you see where Mr. Williams says what he thinks caused this injury? She said it's not there. In fact, what she read from that report was him saying that he came back to the room and asked Miss Pogue what happened, and she said, I do not know. And then it said that nothing else in the report. Now first, the agent wants to avoid that too. She doesn't like that. She's protecting her story now, trying to make sure that we got the blame for Trinity. That doesn't fit the pattern. So she said, well, it may be in the report somewhere else. And what I told her, we got time. Read your report. Go through it. When you get through, let me know if you find it. Well, they sat here a few minutes, 5 or 10, but guess what? She finally said, I've looked. And I said, you find it? She said, no. Well, then here came the real squirm. Let's say maybe I just didn't put it in the report. He may have told me I just didn't put it in the report. That's interesting. You've got a trained GBI agent that is taught that anything of importance will be put in a summary report to make certain that you're preserving that. We know that. We've heard testimony about that to some degree. But yet, someone tells them because they believe of what could have led to the injuries to the child, and they don't put it in the report. But maybe they got told and forgot it. And she says that on the first one. Well, the second report, I asked her the same litany of questions, said, what did he tell you there? And he said in that report, absolutely, he did not know what happened. He didn't say, but my girlfriend told me something. He didn't say that I know something. He just said it didn't happen. So we know when he went to that hospital, no one had told him anything about a fall. That came from his idea. That came from his mind. Now, if he got interviewed about a GBI and he knew it, you can bet your bottom dollar in that only an hour or two after all this occurred, he would have said, yeah, the girlfriend said this. So we know that came from him, but we also know he didn't just tell the hospital that. Lieutenant Allen told us. He came up when it was going on, remember? He saw him come into the emergency room. He saw him standing in the doorway watching while they were doing the workup. He pulled him back and talked to him and asked him what happened, and guess what he said he told him? That my son just fell face down a few minutes ago. Again, twice he's told that version. Twice he's told a different version to the GBI. And you know, if you really get down to it, looking at some of the questions for Mr. Williams, let's talk a little further. Remember when he got on the stand, he told those two things that it seems pretty apparent that maybe they weren't exactly on the up and up, what he was saying. Well, let's get to the third one. I asked him about being interviewed the third time. And the third time was important to me, maybe more than some other people. I wanted to know, at the time that he was interviewed, did the GBI agent allow his sister to come in and be interviewed with him in concert? And he said, well, yes, she came in, but when she came in, I left. I said, so you're saying if they asked her any questions, you left. And he first said he wasn't really asking questions, just looked at cell phone stuff. But then he said, no, if she asked anything, I left the room. That's what he said. That's what he told us, right down that witness stand. What he said happened. And that's important because, remember, I was asking the agent earlier. I asked her when we were talking about Mr. Williams and Trinity Pogue, I said, when they were at the hospital, did you just interview them together? I mean, they were already there together. She said, no. And I said, why not? She said, of course not. I wouldn't do that. Why? She said, well, you know, it wouldn't make any sense. You would divide them up. And I said, that's because it's protocol from the GBI. And she said, well, I wouldn't say it was necessarily protocol. I said, well, you think it's from training? And she said, well, I think training might have tell you to do that, but it's common sense that you would never put two people in together to interview them. I said, you wouldn't do that. She said, no, I wouldn't do that. Well, now Mr. Williams talks about that. And I brought the agent up on the witness stand. And I asked her about it. And she got amnesia. She said at one point, it's been 2 years, I'm not sure. Is that the standard we're using here for this case today? That it's been 2 years, so I'm not sure. So everyone that's come in from the police department, well, it's been 2 years. I mean, I'm not sure we can depend on anything if that's the case. It's been 2 years. I'm not sure. Are we to believe that agent hadn't reviewed her case file before she got here today? Or yesterday when she testified, or starting on Monday? She just came in after 2 years and just winged it? You bet your bottom dollar she had already looked at everything. She didn't want to talk about that interview. And then, when we refreshed her memory, what did the interview show? Almost 20 minutes, interview by themselves, 40 minutes with him and his sister together. Now, why would it matter him and his sister? Well, it matters because him and his sister are who is keeping the child. We know from the evidence that the sister actually did more caretaking from the child than he did. She fought me about that some too. Well, I couldn't say that. You know, he might have been some. Well, first of all, she can't say because he didn't do any investigation to determine. But we do know a few things. We know that he came to the college at least twice a week, every week, and he came every weekend. And most of the time without his child. 4 days out of 7, he is not at home. He does not have his child. He has left the child with his sister. She is the caregiver of his child. Now, she is the caregiver of the child, and there is some suspicion of any alleged abuse. It would make a lot of sense to try to separate people and talk about that some. Not put them together so they can be interviewed and get their stories together. But that is a sign of what was going on here. Now, we're not worried about them as being any suspect. We've already decided this case. We decided this case when January the 14th came, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it was over. It may have been a couple more days before the arrest occurred, but the investigation had shut down, and nothing else was going to happen. You were just going to have to live with it, and too bad. Why? Because we got suspicion. We have suspicion. Well, it's a scary world out there if your government can all of a sudden just decide I'm a little suspicious and I can arrest you. It's a scary world. But you have that going on, but think about that sloppy investigation a little bit more. It's not just that problem. Remember when I asked the crime scene specialist about the dirty diaper? Now, he already knew that was coming up because we had filed a motion to ask to test the dirty diaper. We wanted to see if it had blood in it. And I've already asked Dr. Busman about it, and he said normally he wasn't sure that you'd have blood in your system from abuse, but I got to ask, but you could have some trauma at times that causes you to have blood in your bowel system. Can you not? And he said, yeah, you could. I don't think the injury that's caused his death would have caused that, but it could be from trauma. It doesn't take a genius to figure if somebody punches you hard right in this area, that you might end up bleeding from that area through your system. It doesn't take a genius to figure when you hear about boxers when they've been finished a hard 12-round fight that sometimes they bleed out the rear end from it for days on end. It doesn't take a genius to know that you got trauma in here, that you will have blood coming through, and it takes time. I asked Dr. Busman, how long? And he said, well, you know, you can't really say because obviously people's systems work different. Few hours to maybe a day or more. What does that mean? Well, it means there was blood in that diaper. We know a few things. It did not come off of that child on the day the child was taken to the hospital. The child had on a diaper different that they took off of that child at the hospital. There's pictures of that. So it was previous to the child going into the particular situation that led to the hospital. And probably many hours passed or even a day passed back. If it's many hours back, whatever had happened to cause that cannot have happened at the hands of Trinity Poe. Because we have a very short window of time you can claim Trinity Poe did anything, which would be from 10 o'clock or 10:15 on Saturday night until 12 o'clock on Sunday, about 14 hours. That's the only time period she was around the child in that within a week or so. Well, why is that important? I mean, you say, well, that's still not what caused the blunt force trauma. No, it's not. If you find that to be some abuse that caused that, it certainly would make you start looking a little further as to who might have done it. But if you choose not to investigate it, and worse than that, throw it away. So that this girl right here has no chance to defend it because the test that could have been run cannot be run because they threw it away when they knew it was a test they could run, and he got on the stand and tried to make like he didn't know that. I don't know anything about a fecal test. I've never heard of being able to test it to get for blood. I asked if you ever heard of the test, and he says, no, I've never heard of it. And then he starts realizing, boy, that's going to be trouble, so what does he say? Well, I do keep a test for myself that I can test for blood. If I'd have seen blood, I'd have tested it. He hadn't said anything about that the whole time I've been asking him. All of a sudden he pops that one up, but said I didn't see blood in that diaper. Now here's where Dr. Busman really comes in. It's really important. Why he's one of the most important witnesses. Dr. Busman had no idea about the diaper. You could tell that when I asked him. I told him before I asked, you're going to find these questions a little bit weird or something to that effect. You know, y'all finna go on a path that you may not understand. And I asked him about those diapers. And I asked him if he had experience with blood and fecal matter. And he said, yeah. Oh, yeah. I said, you probably tested it, hadn't you? Yes. Is there a test? Oh, yes. A hemocoat test. Easy. You know, it's done. I said, is it done quite frequently? He said, well, I don't know about frequently. I said, but yeah, you've done it more than a few times. And he said, yes. I said, if you see what you believe may be blood or suspect it, do you run them? Yeah. He said, there's two ways I do it. Sometimes you can just see blood and you know it's blood. Other times you look and you say, well, maybe I better test it. And I said, so you can observe it, yes. And then, if you will, put up that diaper number 2. I showed him this photograph right here that you're going to be able to take back with you to the jury room. I showed him this photograph that I'm talking about, that he had never seen, had no idea about it. And my first question was, Dr. Busman, looking at that photograph, does there appear to be blood in that diaper? And he said, yes. I'd say probably so. Now, yes, that sent the state back scrambling again, where they tried to rehabilitate that answer and say, but yeah, it could have been something else. And he finally said, well, yeah, maybe like if there was dye in some food, it might have caused the discoloration. But in his opinion, just eyeballing it, yes, that diaper seems to indicate, you see right there on that screen, blood within it. He said, your crime scene technician didn't think that. Well, you decide which one you want to believe. That's your job. The credibility issue of which one should be believed. Dr. Busman, who's done tests many, many times to test for blood, or this agent that decided to tell you all of a sudden that that wasn't worthwhile. And it's interesting to note that diaper was not unfolded when he got it out of the trash. It was in a ball. That was the first exhibit one. You'll see those diapers together. He took a picture of that, and then he unfolded them to take pictures. So you know that he knew that that might be evidence. There's no reason to open them up and take a picture. And yet, after he got them, and once he saw what it looked like, he just chunked it back in the trash and left us with no way to test it. He left us with no way to test it. So he doesn't care about what Trinity Pogue has to say. He doesn't care about that at all because that doesn't fit his case. That wouldn't help him prove his case. That would hurt his case. So he chunked it away. Chunked it away. It's inconceivable that that was done. The crime technician tried to make like one he doesn't believe. You can take it down now. He does not believe that it is blood in that diaper, or number two, that it should be tested. Because if it was tested, it would show, obviously, there was some issue going on with the child. Now, the other things could be going on. The child could have colon cancer, which would be almost unheard of for a 1.5-year-old child. Could have some type of ulcer, again, be extremely unusual for a child that age. If that child that age is bleeding, other than right around the very bottom of the bottom where it might have had some kind of irritation, it came from trauma. If it came from trauma, and we came in the courtroom and show you that, well, then you really got to wonder, why are we not looking? Why are we not looking a little bit further? Now let's talk back a little bit about the statements that there's no one that's been alone with the child but Trinity Pogue. No, there's two people who've been alone beyond Trinity Pogue with the child. Mr. Williams was alone with the child for a period of time. I'll talk about that in a second. And more importantly, the child itself was alone for a long period of time as well. Now, you may remember the testimony of Mr. Williams when I had him on the stand on the day of, the morning when this all erupted. I was going through a litany to try to determine what was he doing and what happened. He said they got up in the morning. He didn't know the exact time. Nobody really gave me a time, but we do know he laid on the bed, and he said he put the child on his chest, and he also said at that time he had ordered the pizza that you know that he went to get. We've got proof of that. Well, you can assume then from that, we don't have concrete evidence of what he did, that he must have ordered the food at some time getting toward the time he would normally eat. In other words, it's unlikely it was 8 o'clock in the morning he ordered the pizza. But regardless, he orders the pizza, and once he orders the pizza, they did not eat the pizza right now, go get the pizza right away. He told us that he got up after being there with the child for a little bit, after having already ordered the pizza, and I'm assuming he's giving enough time for the pizza to be made, so he didn't want to just leave right away. He and Trinity Pogue got up, took a shower together. And that's important in itself, together, because we know from the text messages you're going to see that are going to be introduced into evidence. One stream was to Miss Pogue's roommate, where she's talking about, in one sense, on the Saturday night, that she had told Mr. Williams, I'm through. He wanted him to go home that night, but he wouldn't. And she said, but I want to go ahead and let him spend the night with J.D., but she wants him to leave. It's over. I'll be the first to tell you, we've already heard a bunch of evidence that it was a on again, off again, I'm breaking up, I'm getting back together thing. And so I don't put a lot of stock to I'm broken up and necessarily saying that it was over. But it could have been what was going on. I do know that Mr. Williams had been drinking the night before. He says only a glass or two after he got there with the child. Questionable whether that's true. We know that we have a bottle of liquor that only has about that much in it that he left in the dorm room, and we know Trinity Poe didn't drink it because he admitted she doesn't drink rum and wouldn't have, and it was his rum. But he tried to say that that got drunk at some other time. We don't know how much he did have to drink, but that night we know he went to sleep before everybody else. Saturday night, young man in bed by 10 o'clock already, and sounding about that when the crying of a child that woke people up in the dorm at 1 o'clock or thereabout, he didn't wake up either time. So it's reasonable to believe he woke up hungover, not happy because his girlfriend is wanting to break up, and he might not have been in the best mood. Or it's also reasonable to assume that maybe the romantic breakup is being a makeup now because they're going to the shower. And if they go to the shower together, and they're young people, and they're making up, the chances are of them being in the shower for only 5 or 10 minutes is pretty slim. I mean, when you go in the shower with your mate, it tends to make the shower a little longer for young folks, sometimes even for old folks like me. But I can tell you, when they go in that shower, they didn't stay in there just 5 minutes or 10 minutes. They are showering together and most likely doing other things. I'm not judging that. It matters to me. But what does matter about that is a 1.5-year-old child is sitting in that little pink chair that y'all saw a picture of earlier and will get a chance to see when you go back to the jury room. And that little chair that sits there, it's not a danger to the child as far as I can tell of something happening in the chair. 1.5-year-old that by testimony by Miss Permott back in October, she was watching the child learning how to walk. He's a toddler, so now he's got a few more months under his belt of walking. I don't know what in the world that child may have done while they're in the shower. I do know this. They were probably in the shower for more than 5 or 10 minutes, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, a pretty long time in the shower. They're in there. The child, I've got children, you've got kids, my kids were never growing up, my 1.5-year-old boy, if you left him for a minute by himself without looking, he might be on top of a chandelier somewhere. He would climb and go and do all kinds of things. And who knows? Who knows what that child was doing right now? Who knows whether that child himself on that morning climbed up on something and fell back off of it? Who knows? But what we do know is that when the shower ended, Mr. Williams was the first one out of the shower. He testified to that right here and said he got out of the shower first and Trinity Poe got out next. Now, you can say, now, well, so what? He got out and immediately she got out. But he said something else. He said, I went and I was staying there with J.D. and I was waiting on her to get out of the shower before I left. Well, that tells you two things. Waiting is a term you would use if she's taking a little time. Not I'm waiting and she's following me out of the shower. But secondly, he told us as soon as she got out of the shower, he waved to the child and immediately left, so we know he was fully dressed. So he got out of the shower and got fully dressed before she came out of the shower. So there is a time period where he was the only one around this child. And there is a time period the child was alone and no one was there. Now, I can't tell you that something happened when that child was by itself. I can't tell you there was something happened when Mr. Williams was there with the child. But I tell you one thing else. I can't tell you something didn't happen either. Because all we know is that was the situation. And so to say that there was no other opportunity for anyone, and the evidence they brought into court was if something had happened, it would take anywhere from seconds to a few minutes for it to show signs. Trinity Poe gets out of the shower, the child is in the chair, he scoots out, she's getting dressed, she's cleaning up around the house, doing the things you do. It might take a few minutes. You can see over in the chair a little ways, but not think a whole lot about it. Finally, if you go over there in 10 minutes or 15 and go, uh-oh, what's going on? It's something that happened to the child, whether accidental or maybe worse. But you can't discount that. You can't say that's not a reasonable proposition of what could have happened, because it could have happened that way. And we don't know for sure. And we don't know because there's not been an investigation. There's not been anybody that's tried to push on those issues. They just said, we're just gonna accept it for what it is. We see you got a child that's not alive, and we're gonna blame it on Trinity Public. That's what we're gonna do. That's what they did. And you know, you'll see that Trinity, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but Trinity told people at first when this first occurred, she had said that the child had fell off the bed. She had actually mentioned that the night before, talking to Mr. Hermont.
Objection. There's
Let me, not told, but said through text message.
facts, not in,
Through text message, I'll take it back. Through the text message. She didn't tell in the sense of talking. But you'll see on the text message from Ms. Hermont where she said that the child had fell out of bed the night before. And you'll see that she said that then. And so then you have not only her statement that happened, but I brought two witnesses in to talk about they heard a baby crying sometime between midnight and 1 o'clock or so, loud enough to wake them up. Now, these weren't even particularly favorable witnesses to me. They had some things to say that weren't all that favorable for Trinity Poe, but they were important witnesses because they established when she said something happened that night that fell out of bed. Well, you got two witnesses that said, well, I'm right across the dorm, one straight across and one to the caddy corner, and I heard the baby crying enough to wake me up. Now, they both said the baby would cry a lot of different times for various reasons, but this was enough to get their attention. So we also know that happened. Now, she did say, when some of the records will show, there was a claim, if you remember, Dr. Wright, or Reverend Wright, I should say, said that she claimed that the child was in distress and fell out of the chair. Talking about that little pink chair. Well, if you look at the pink chair, you'll be able to quickly see she fell out of the pink chair and nothing happened. I would suggest to you, and I believe that I asked him about it as well, that what she meant by that is when she noticed a child in distress, the child was slumping over, and it just sort of slumped out of the chair. That was not the cause of the injury. She was not presenting that to say it was caused by the child falling out of the chair. She was telling them, what do you know? Well, I came up, the child's in distress, and it fell out of the chair. She wasn't insinuating. There were two different things here. Two different things entirely. You know, I had lots of questions I was asking about possibilities of falling out of a bed, and I know that some of the experts try to discount that to some extent and want to say, well, we're not talking about it, time may not be right, or I don't think an injury could occur. 40-inch bed is pretty high. 40 inches as high as my hips. You're talking about a small child that's 31 inches tall, falling onto a hard concrete floor. That child lands flat, bam, the back of its head, and have some significant injuries. But I asked Dr. Clark about it, and he was kind of waving around, but then I asked him, remember, about particular scientific journals and treatises. And he didn't know I was going to ask him about it. I didn't know that he would know what I was talking about, but I asked him if he was familiar with Mary Case, Dr. Mary Case. She's a forensic scientist out of St. Louis County's forensic department. I said, is she well known? Yes. Do you know her? Yes. And I said, how do you know her or whatever? And he said, oh, I just went to a seminar, a week-long seminar with her. I've been to two. You could tell. He valued her opinion. And I brought that up because I wanted to point out a fact that was contained within that particular literature. And there was a particular page I turned him to. And I'm going to read you about that page one more time because I think it's critically important. The paper was talking about accidents in which children had fallen from not particularly large heights, and it was severe enough that it killed them. And admittedly said it was rare. It didn't happen all the time, but from time to time, a fall would occur that would appear that wouldn't be enough to cause significant harm, but did. And the first case study said that a 4-month-old male child was taken to a children's hospital. They did a CT scan, and it came back normal. He would not eat or sleep well. He survived for 2 days. They would then decide to take him to see his pediatrician. He died on the way there. They said he fell out of an adult bed and struck the edge of the bedside table. So an adult bed, unless it's something really unusual, would not be even 40 inches tall. A second one said a child that was 21 months old, male. He cried after he had fallen. He was able to be comforted. He vomited, but then put back to bed after he was through vomiting. They found him dead in the bed the next morning. He had fallen out of his own bed. A third one was a 7-year-old female who fell off of a 36-inch tall tree stump, and she hit the back of her head. She complained of headache and vomited several times. Over the next 12 hours, she was found dead the next morning. And then finally, a 10-year-old boy who had fallen off his bicycle, and he was found on the ground. He went to the emergency room. CT showed a fracture of the right temporal. Then it cuts off as to what happened, but he died. Now, these all involve subdural hemorrhages. Now, the expert, Dr. Clark, wanted to try to walk away from that some by saying, well, wait a minute, those deaths weren't caused by a fracture back here. They were fractures somewhere else in the skull, so that just sort of didn't count. Well, one of them did involve falling on the back of your head, but regardless of whether they were the exact same fracture, it's pretty good proof that at time to time, a fall from not too high can cause significant injury. And if indeed that fall from the bed caused that, and sometimes it can't be discovered right away, and you looked at it, and you see these examples, no one thought these children were in great danger. Two of them went to the doctor, hospital, and were given the clearance to go home, and they died. This young lady here, Trinity Pogue, she's not a doctor. There was no real visible signs, even according to the doctor, to the officers that first looked at the child. There was not even a real heavy area of what might be considered harm where you would look at the child just visually and think something serious was wrong. In fact, even the autopsy doctor said, and the doctor at the scene of the ER said, you had to feel the back of the head to realize that he suffered any injury. If that child got injury out of the bed around midnight or later, it may have taken a few hours before it all of a sudden erupted and showed itself. Trinity Pogue had no reason to think that was any serious injury. She would have no reason to. And she certainly would not have been the person that caused it. And if that's a possibility, and it certainly is a possibility, there's enough evidence to show that that most likely did happen when a child falling out of bed. That's reasonable doubt as well. You cannot say that Trinity Pogue was the cause of it. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, that you've heard some other things that you may have questions about Trinity Pogue's posting of certain text messages that are in evidence already. She was in an immature relationship at 18 years old with a 23-year-old man, and she made comments from time to time as they went back and forth with our up and down relationship that could have been said better. And she did say at times she did not like the child and those type things. But never once has anyone said that they saw her in any way trying to in any way harm that child, including the father never said that. He never claimed that there was anything abusive going on. These were a matter of speech. It's much like if my wife were to go out shopping and come home and I thought she was buying a $100 coat and it was $1,000, I might call one of my friends and say, I could strangle my wife. She just bought a coat for $1,000. Do I mean I'm going to strangle my wife? Of course not. Poor language perhaps, but just simply talking, in this case,
Hey, Brenda.
mostly to Miss Permont, who is her roommate, who is a person that she is very close with, who that she discusses her relationship. In fact, you will see in this thread of information on the text messages, you will see where in parts of this, Miss Permont sort of agrees with her on stuff. She's talking about having trouble in State's Exhibit number 39, and she asked, is he sleeping with J.D. in your bed? And Trinity replies, probably. And she says, TRIN, that's so messed up. Make him get on the air mattress with his child. That's not your kid, and y'all aren't together. I know I told him after the night he better not contact me. Was Trinity's reply. This is a conversation between Permont and Trinity. So we know a few things from just that little thread. First of all, Miss Permont's saying to her, you need to quit letting him just give the child to you while he goes and sleeps and does whatever he wants to and won't tend to the child. It's his child. Tell him to come be responsible for getting him into bedtime and doing what needs to be done. So she knows that that's been an issue. And then secondly, officer placed asleep, and she says in return, though, after the night, better not contact me, let you know it's on that downswing again. That's what I was talking about just a moment ago. And then, there are conversations after that. But this is not proof at all of any type activity by Trinity Pogue toward that child. You know, you don't have any evidence that Trinity Pogue made any type of confession, which of course she did not. You don't have any evidence that she talked to some people after this event and has told them incriminating evidence somehow or another, and they brought it into court. Again, you have no evidence that says she committed this crime. You have the suspicion that she committed this crime that is given to you by the district attorney and then by the state of Georgia without evidence to support it. Now, you also heard that she searched some items after she was at the hospital about skull fractures on her phone. And I want to be very clear so there's not any confusion about this. This is not a search that was done before the child had been injured. This is not a search that was done during injury of the child. This is a search that was done after she was at the hospital and after Dr. Busman met with her and Mr. Williams and told them that the child had a severe skull fracture and was likely not to survive. Now, at that point, you can look at this, and I'm going to tell you where to look on this as well, because I think it is very important that you see this as well. On those same documents, the one that's 1 through 39, the medical records, if you look at page 38 of 39, it has a colloquy that shows at 1:15 that afternoon, he spoke to the family to update the condition. That is when they meet and say, this is really serious. Trinity Pogue, an hour or more later, and then 3 or 4 hours later, did search terms about skull fracture. And what does that mean? And how can a child have a skull fracture? That's very logical to assume you would do that. If someone told me my child had a skull fracture and I've seen nothing happen to cause anything to injure to the head, I would want to know, how can that be possible? And I might even say to myself, well, I know he fell off the bed, not that high of the bed, but is it possible that he fell off the bed and it caused it? And I would search. That is what happened here. This is not, again, the way the prosecution wishes to portray it. They want to try to make it some nefarious, evil thing that was done. She did the thing that anybody would do. Check and try to find out what in the world does all this mean. Trinity Pogue was 18 years old. She was living alone for the first time in her life at Georgia Southwestern College, and she'd been there one semester when all this happened. She came to the hospital after a traumatic event happened that she had no idea what was occurring on a child that was in distress, on things that she had nothing to do with, and did not know what was occurring. And then found herself within an hour or two being interrogated by GBI agents, by police officers, all that you can imagine, and her trying to figure out what in the world is going on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've been sworn in to follow the law in this case, to make a decision on whether or not the state has a right to say that she committed a crime, a serious crime. And your duty is to hold the state to their duty, which is they must prove that case, each and every element, beyond a reasonable doubt. If any doubt exists whatsoever that is reasonable, you cannot convict. You cannot discount the possibility that Mr. Williams could have been responsible. You cannot discount the possibility that an accident happened to the child while they were showering. You cannot discount the possibility that the fall from a 40-inch bed caused injuries to this child. All of those are reasonable doubt. You cannot come back with a verdict otherwise. You know, this place that I'm in today, I've been practicing law now for longer than I sometimes want to admit. And I've had many a trial, but it never changes in one respect. When I'm in a courtroom, this is hallowed ground. Where I am at right now is the bedrock of what we do in this country. We're a country different than all other places. and that we require when someone is accused of a crime that it be brought before a jury to make a decision, and that the proof of it is not just, I think you did it, might do it, more likely you did it, but you must have solid, no question evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires that to be evidence. There's not been evidence at all. The state still doesn't know how it happened, where it happened, why it happened, who it happened, or even with what was used for it to happen. Do not make the mistake of allowing your emotions to be involved in this case so that you say, we must have a verdict some way because a tragedy occurred and I need a verdict. Do not, as I said in the opening of this case, in your rush to seek justice, do so on the cross of innocent blood of Trinity Poe, who has not had a thing to do with the injury that occurred to that child. It was a tragedy that occurred for reasons that I will not stand here and tell you I know the reason. But the interesting thing is, they don't know either. Oh, they know it's a death, they know it's blunt force, but for all the reasons I told you before, they do not know. I trust you when you go back to the jury room that you will consider the law. You will consider the evidence, or in this case, the lack thereof, and you will return the only just, the only righteous verdict that Trinity Poe is not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give you a 15-minute recess. We'll come back at 12, let's make it 12:10. We'll come back at, not 12:10, I'm sorry, 11:10. 11:10. We're clear on that. 15 minutes, basically. Thank you.
Lord have mercy. He was like, let's get this time right. I don't want y'all being out there lollygagging around for an hour. All right, we're going to fast forward it. Yeah, that is Shiraz, Brenda. This... YouTube is messing with everybody's usernames and it's driving me bonkers. All right. I'm going to come back in for a rebuttal. So this is her family. She's talking to her mom and dad right there. That's her standing right here. And then his family is on the other side, the dad's family. That's the dad right there in the gray vest. That's the little boy's daddy, right here. What are you doing, kiddo? I don't know how to fix that. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. She's playing this video game on her tablet, and she couldn't figure out how to get back home on the tablet. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, Cherie. I think it's just low. I think it's just low. I've got the volume all the way up. Let me double check. Yeah, volume's all the way up. All right, let's fast forward. There we go.
Probably. I mean, we'll see how it's going. No, I'll let me just deal with it.
Shiraz. Cherie. That's all right. I called Cherie Sherry for like 3 years before I knew better.
All right, Mr. Lamb, you can conclude your argument.
Kiddo's back here grumbling and growling at her
Way back.
game.
Probably just shows how old I am, which is old. In the 1980s, there was a movie called Scarface, and the guy was like a Cuban guy who would become a drug lord in Miami or whatever in the 1980s. And there's a scene in there where he gets caught, not for pushing drugs, but he gets caught for laundering money, like trading money for, swapping it out with somebody else for, percentage of the profit in order to account for all the millions and millions of dollars in cash that are coming in. And so he gets caught, his own video and all this, So he hires a lawyer, and the lawyer comes in and looks at him, and the guy says, I want my rights. I'm presumed innocent. I'm not idiot. And the lawyer looks at him, and he says, under the law, he says, to be convicted, he says, the government has to prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. And he says, and Tony, honey baby, he says, I am an expert at creating that doubt. And he says, but it's awful hard to do when you're sitting there and there's no other explanation for you having $2 million in 20s rolled up in duffel bags. And that's sort of the situation that we're in here. I understand Mr. Gamble's a great lawyer. I mean, he is. He's an excellent lawyer, and he can find these things he created, and that's why, literally why, I asked you, so when you listen to this, nitpick, wait for an answer to this question. What do these things really have to do with the death of this child? And we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the poor parenting and the dirty diaper and the vomit on the jacket and all of that as we get further in. But first, ladies and gentlemen, what I want to do is I want to talk to you about what the charges are and what I have to prove. Okay, these are the charges that are in the indictment. Okay, and it's sort of starting actually. I think I'm starting kind of in reverse. I should have gone back and put them in the order of the indictment. But there's a reason that I wanted to do them this way. And that is that I wanted to start with what's kind of the underlying felony charges, which then, go up the scale as you add other things. So aggravated battery, the state has to prove the defendant maliciously harmed the person by rendering a part of his body useless or seriously disfiguring a part of his body, which the evidence in this case establishes that J.D. Angeli's brain was essentially rendered useless, that his liver was rendered useless, his liver was disfigured due to massive lacerations, and so forth. For first-degree child cruelty, the state has to show that the defendant maliciously caused cruel or excessive physical or mental pain to a child. Now, Both of these charges include the phrase malice, or the word maliciously. And the law, and this is what I think Judge Sizemore is going to charge you to all of these things. That's the reason I'm putting them up now. And I think you may actually get a copy of the charge with you. And if you don't, if there becomes a question and you think, we need to be clear on this point of law, all you got to do is say, hey, Judge, can we get a recharge on this or that? And they'll come back and tell you this again. But malice is not necessarily ill will or hatred. It simply means an intent to cause pain without justification or excuse. Malice also means willfully, intentionally doing an act while aware of a strong possibility or strong likelihood that pain may result. If you pick up an 18-month-old baby and you slam him down on a piece of furniture or on the floor or against the wall, whatever, with the degree of force that's necessary to fracture this bone, with the degree of force, in a separate blow, with a degree of force that is sufficient to tear his liver practically in half, okay, then folks, that's malice. Because you can't do those things to anyone, particularly not to anyone, a child or anyone, without knowing that it is a strong likelihood that pain is going to result. So if you find Trinity Poe guilty of aggravated battery or cruelty to child in the first degree, and I submit to you that you should find her guilty of both of those charges, if you do, then that brings you to felony murder. And what felony murder is a person commits the crime of murder when in the commission of a felony he causes the death of another human being with or without malice. Okay? So in other words, it's not a matter of did somebody intend to kill him? Was somebody aiming to kill him? Was it a specific, I'm going to, I've got an hour, I've got 30 minutes, I'm going to kill this baby right this minute. Kind of thing. Don't have to prove that, okay? Don't have to prove a specific intention or intent or desire to kill. All you have to prove is that the felony, the underlying felony, was intentionally committed with the person knowing that it was likely to cause pain. And if you do, then that leads to the finding, I think, almost necessarily, I say I think and not I think, but I don't, there's, when you look at it, how do you analyze this? Do you find the felony, and then you look at this charge, which says that if a person dies in the commission of the felony, then that's murder. Well, that's exactly what happened here. And that circles back to where we were at the beginning of my first part, which is that the question is who caused the trauma that killed the baby within that time frame? That ultimately will answer those other questions, okay? Because if you know the answer to this question, then you know the answer to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of those other charges that have been brought. I fully understand, I respect, and I honor the burden that I come in here with, and the judge is going to charge you, and there's no question about it. Mr. Gamble argued it, and he's absolutely right. The defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption carries with her throughout this whole trial. She had it when she came in this courtroom, okay? She has it when you go to the jury room, okay? But when you look at the evidence, and you find that the evidence is sufficient to overcome that presumption, when you find that the evidence is sufficient to show you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty, then the presumption goes away. Until then, she certainly has the benefit of it. The law says that nobody can be convicted of a crime unless the case is proven against them beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to prove all the elements of the indictment in order to do that. The evidence in this case is not, it's not as complicated as Mr. Gamble wants you to think it is. It's actually fairly simple at this point. And that is, okay, we start on Saturday, January 13th. Jay Williams was in Colquitt. JD was with him. He had been up here. He'd been up here earlier in the week. He'd stayed here like Thursday night, Friday night, Okay, he had stayed at her dorm, or in a motel, whatever, at Hampton Inn Thursday night. This is his testimony. He stayed in a hotel there. She'd come over, and then Friday he was going to stay in the hotel again. And she came over, and when she came over that time, and she didn't want to stay, she said, because they're breaking up, you know, she's breaking up, right? So she wants to leave, she wants to go. She goes back to the campus, and when he doesn't come with her to the campus, she calls him or texts him and lies to him about having been in a car wreck. She lies and says, I was in a wreck. And he told you that, you know, of course, his reaction to that is he took off to the campus, you know, to check on her, and she was in a wreck. She wanted to talk to him. And so it was sort of reverse stalking. Like, I'm not, instead of following somebody, he said, here, come here and follow me. And that's exactly what she did. And so on this day, the next day, January 13th, she's in Americus, he's in Colquitt. She wants to go to Chipotle in Albany. Okay, so she asked him to meet her there. He doesn't call and ask her out on a date. He's not planning on going anywhere, and that's what his testimony shows. The reason that he wasn't planning on going anywhere is because he was going to be home with his son, with JD, and nobody else was there. His sister wasn't there. Didn't have anybody else. He didn't trust anybody else to keep JD. And so he tells her, he says, you know, I'll come, but I've got JD with me. And she says, well, come anyway. Just bring him with you. They get there, they eat dinner, they go to Sephora. You know, she swaps the car seat from his car to her car because it says that according to his testimony, she says that he would maybe give her a little time to spend some time with JD, you know, while she's driving, and you know, work on building some kind of bridge or relationship with him, etc. So then she says she wants him to come back to Americus with her, and the car seat's in her car already, and he says, yeah, okay, I'll come back to Americus with you. Okay, so at this time when they're in Albany, okay, this video is from, it's one of the videos that was played. I mean, it's not a video, it's a screenshot of the video, okay? But this shows the child in the car, okay? This is when Jay Williams has left Colquitt and is coming to Albany, that this video is taken, okay? And he's wearing his little blackie his black Nike is what I'm trying to say, his black Nike hoodie and not hoodie, jacket and pants, his suit, tracksuit or whatever, which is the same thing that Jay Williams was wearing himself. He made reference to it that was they had matching outfits. Okay, this is what this child looked like, though. Okay, there's no bruise on this side of his face. There's no marks on this side of his face. His face isn't swollen or anything else. That's what he looked like when he's in Albany. Okay, now, there are these claims that were made in opening statement, okay, that have turned out to just simply not be true. Okay? In opening statement, the defense says that Jay was drinking when he met her in Albany, and she just couldn't send JD back to Colquitt with him, so that's why she took the child, and then she let them come to Americus with her because they wanted, they wanted to go to Americus, or Jay did. That was what you were told you would hear. There's no evidence that says that. There's no witness who testifies to those things that you were told you would hear. In fact, what happens is on January 13th, if you look, after she has asked him to drive from Colquitt, from Albany to Americus, okay, before she's even back at the dorm, she texted Paris, and she says, are you coming back? I got stuck with JD. Paris says, yeah, I'm coming back. And she says, he made me feel so bad because it's already late and JD is being so fussy. So he asked if they could stay. And ladies and gentlemen, there's just no actual evidence that is what happened. And in fact, it doesn't make any sense at all that he would have done that, because if he's in Albany, he'd be closer to home than he would be to hear. So on on Saturday, then what happens is this. They get to the dorm, they go through the doors, and you saw the video from Georgia Southwestern. They go through the doors at 10:06. He testifies that he blows up the air mattress for Pogue and JD to sleep on. Trinity Pogue and the baby are going to sleep on the air mattress. And there's not a lot of explanation for why that is, but the context of some of the other messages that we'll get to later, and I think the testimony of Paris in this trial suggested that typically when JD was here that he would sleep on the air mattress with Miss Pogue. That night, Paris came to visit them. Okay? She wanted to see the baby. She left work on her lunch break. She came to see the baby. She says that when she saw him, he was perfectly okay. He didn't have any bruises. He didn't have any marks. He didn't have any tenderness or soreness. She picked him up. She hugged him. You know, they kind of played around, and he wasn't tender. He wasn't shy. Wasn't any of those things, okay, because he hadn't been harmed at this point. He doesn't have any bruises. He doesn't have any injuries. Jay Williams fell asleep on the bed watching TV. So let's take a pause here and figure at what's the baby's physical condition at this time, okay, which is 10:30, 11 o'clock on Saturday night. There's no evidence of bruising, pain, soreness, or any injury. The only thing that was said was he might not have been hungry. There was some allegation that he didn't eat much. Of course, Mr. Williams said the reason he didn't eat much at Albany or wherever was because he had eaten in Colquitt before he came up here. Then that night at 11:46, Miss Pogue texted Paris and says, "Is it okay if I watch TV in your room?" She says, "Yeah." "Why, are you all right?" She says, "Yeah, I need a break, a mental break. JD isn't asleep, and Jay is knocked out all over the bed, and I didn't want to play the TV." Is what she says there. So 11:46, she's asking Paris if she can go to the other room with JD. So they go Sunday morning. This is Jay Williams' testimony. He woke up. They woke up. JD she had gotten into bed with him off of the air mattress. They woke up. He said he woke up somewhere around 9, maybe something. Said she woke up like between 9 and 10, I think. Says that he picked up JD and he put him on the bed with them and he laid him on his chest for a little while and whatever. And then they got up to take a shower. Now, the allegation is that the statement from Mr. Gamble is that he says that they ordered the pizza before they got in the shower. The testimony, and you will recall it, of course, was that they talked about ordering pizza at like 10 or 10:30, but hadn't done so. And then they ended up actually ordering pizza, a little while later, and whether it was before or after they got in the shower that they ordered the pizza, don't know, but it doesn't matter. Okay, he gets out of the shower, he gets dressed, he says goodbye to JD, he leaves to go to Walmart and Pizza Hut, and at the time he left, and at the time Trinity Pogue got out of the shower and went back in the room, JD was in that pink chair watching Katuri, a kids show on TV, and had a Mountain Dew and some Fritos Twister chips. Okay? So when Jay Williams leaves at 11:55, what's the child's physical condition? Again, no evidence of bruising, pain, soreness, or any symptom of injury. He might not have been hungry. That didn't come out very clearly, but that's at his worst condition if you hear the evidence. Okay, he's gone from 11:55 to 12:30. When he's turning back into the parking lot, he got back-to-back calls from Pogue. She didn't tell him that anything was wrong with the child. What she did was she called and hung up, and then he said as he was parking, he was about to get out of the car, she calls back and she's not talking to him. She hears him saying, JD, JD, JD. So he gets the pizza in the Walmart bags, and he goes into the college, into the dorm. You saw that on video as well. And if there's any portion of those that we can't send videos to the jury room because there's no way to play them back there. But if you should decide that you need to see them again, all you have to do is ask, and we certainly, the court will make arrangements for that. So he goes in the room, she's holding the baby. He realizes that there's something wrong with the baby, and he did. He testified that he asked, what's wrong, and frankly didn't testify real clearly as to what she said in response to that. We said what's wrong, but he wasn't waiting around to find out. He put the pizza in the bags down, put the pizza down, dropped the bags on the floor where they were, picked up the baby, and took off for his car, and he drove to Phoebe Sumter. At Phoebe Sumter, he went in with JD. The nurse met him and put JD on a gurney, and then he followed them to a treatment room. Now, Alan testified. So there's this thing that Mr. Gamble keeps making a big deal out of. It says that this note in the nurse's record. He says this note says that the child is limp and pale, that father present at bedside states child fell around 5 minutes prior to arrival. Okay? And that note has a time, an event time of 12:36. Okay? So Mr. Gamble wants you to interpret that as meaning that is what he told her at that moment when he went in. That he was standing at the child's bed when he told them that. And folks, there's other things in this note that we know it's not exactly accurate. It's close, but it's not exactly accurate. Okay? The note says that the child is in ER, and the front is taken to ER 16. From the front entrance of the ER, he is carried by his father, who is unresponsive. The father wasn't carrying the child anymore. He got met by a nurse after he came in the door, went to the front desk or whatever, past the front desk, got met by a nurse and put him on a gurney, and that's what the other evidence was that you've heard. He followed them to the treatment room, but Alan says that he didn't go in the treatment room. He wasn't bedside. He can't go in there when they're doing CPR and they're intubating the child and doing all of those things. He remains outside the room, just outside the hall, in the hallway, and he does that. He does that because that's the only place that they'll let him go. So he's not bedside. Now, okay, by the time this note was written, he had been bedside. Okay? By the time this note is written, which wasn't actually entered until 8:04 p.m. By the time the note is written, he has been bedside. He was bedside when the child died. Dr. Bussman told you that. He wasn't bedside when they were administering treatment, and he wasn't bedside giving a history. Okay? The note's written 8 hours later, and despite everyone's best efforts, okay, it's very hard to separate all of the scurry of events that happened over the course of, just a little bit of time with regard to the treatment of this child. Also, okay, Mr. Gamble says he told them that 3 times. That note is in there 3 times that he said that. He didn't tell anybody anything 3 times, okay? The note is a nursing note on page 21 of 28 of the second batch of numbered pages. It's a nursing note. Okay? It's simply copied into the record because there's the nursing notes, there's a code blue report, there's physician notes, there's other reports, and they get cross-copied and copied on top of each other, which is why when you ask for your own medical record somewhere, you get 200 or 300 pages, that they want to charge you for, and you realize ultimately there's only 20 pages of it that really matter. Okay? And that's sort of the same thing here. The same records are copied over and over again because different people in different roles have to keep them. And then when we ask for all the records, We get them all packaged together. He didn't tell anybody anything 3 times at the hospital, and the hospital didn't write it down 3 times. It's one note that was written at 8 o'clock that night. Alan wants to talk to him. Alan said he was emotional, that he didn't want to talk to him there, and he didn't want him to keep standing there because he was upset. So Alan asked him to go out and walked outside with him. And Alan asked him to go outside, and he does. He told Alan, according to Alan, he told Alan that Poe had told him that J.D. had fallen out of a chair. Poe got there, and she told Alan that J.D. had fallen out of the chair. She specified it was one of those round beanbag, or at least he interpreted it as a round beanbag style chair. And she says he was eating chips and drinking juice, and she heard him fall over out of the chair. Not that he just simply slumped down, but she heard him fall over and hit the floor. Okay? That's what she tells Alan, not what Williams tells Alan. I mean, it's the same thing Williams told him, but it's not. But it's not his words; it's her words. Okay. You know, there's a reality to what we do that when people go back and you look at records and you look at notes and you look at reports, okay, from 2 years ago, and you ask people, you say, okay, I need you to remember line by line and word by word, second by second, minute by minute. Okay, I need you to tell me what did you say and what did they say next. You know, and then we come into court and we have these, you know, these prior statements, and you know, we've got reams of interviews and records from hospitals and doctors and phones and everything else, and we say, you know, did you say that? Yeah, I said that. You know, I mean, and they know people. Somebody knows they said it. They know they said it at some point back there. You know, if you ask me, you know, if I said it to this person, and then you ask me, did you say it to that person? Well, 2 years later, it might be really easy to say, yeah, that's what I told him too. You know, because it's kind of hard to delineate those things, and that's just the reality of the memory, okay? That's the reality of the memory, whether you're in a courtroom or, you know, you're sitting around, you know, on Christmas Eve with your family, and you start talking about something and say, you know, remember when so-and-so, and you realize that nobody there remembers it the same way you do, okay? And you end up, you know, like you have, you know, people just like, no, it wasn't. That wasn't on Christmas. That was on Thanksgiving. And it wasn't that year. It was the year before. And so, I mean, the reality is that the only person who had information about what happened to this child was Trinity Poe. And she's the one who told Alan what Jay Williams testified to, okay? What Jay Williams testified to, which is different than what Alan testified to, no doubt. Okay? What he says is that she was there and she told Alan in his presence, and that's where he heard the chair story from. In any event, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence as a whole shows you that it's Poe who is promoting that story, not Alan. I'm sorry, not Jay Williams. I'll go ahead and address it now. I'll skip it later. He says, you know, but ask him, did you tell Samantha Ford that you knew, you know, did you tell her what happened? And he says, yeah, I told her. I told her what happened. I'm sure I told her what happened. And it's like, okay, well, what you know, what'd you tell, you know, did you tell her he fell out of the chair? Yeah, I told him he fell out of the chair. Because that's what he told other people once he had heard it from her. But then he instead of getting the statement, the interview that that Ford had done with Jay Williams, okay, what Mr. Gamble does is instead of showing the interview and saying, look, you know, Do you want to, refresh your memory about this? Be sure that, what you said. He doesn't do that. He's charging him with being able to have in his brain the knowledge of what he said in a 2-hour, I think it was an hour and 45-minute long interview on the day that his child died, okay? So in the 8 hours following the time that Jay Williams found out that his baby was dead, he spends 4 of those 8 hours at the America's Police Department sitting in waiting rooms or interview rooms. He spends most of that 8 hours sitting there. He spends 4 of those hours being actively questioned by Agent Fort. Okay, so you say, did you tell her that without showing him the interview, without showing him the statement, without letting him, look back over and say, well, I don't know what let me see exactly what I said in that 2-hour interview. And Mr. Williams says, yeah, I told her, fell out of the chair, because that's what he had been told, and that was the only information he had ever had about what happened to his child. He told Coroner Wright that Pogue had told him that J.D. fell from the chair. But Pogue also told Coroner Wright that J.D. fell out of the chair, that he was in a chair eating chips, and then he was in distress and fell from the chair. She told Wright that Jay had been gone for 5 to 10 minutes at the time the fall occurred. Okay. That is the sum and substance of the evidence of the people who have testified in this trial, based on their memories, based on their reviews of records, etc. That is the sum and substance of what the direct evidence is about the events of that day. But it's not just direct evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that you make decisions on. And the court is going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence. Okay. What circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances, actually by direct evidence, from which you can infer other facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. Sort of like if the child gets his head bashed in and his liver busted 20, 30, 15, 5, 35, 33, whatever, minutes before the doctor sees him, and he's 18 months old, and he's in a dorm room on the GSW campus, and there's only one person in the room with him when it happens, well, those are two direct facts, okay? Those are not circumstantial, those are two direct facts, and the circumstantial evidence is when you take those two direct facts and you make the inference, which is, under these circumstances, the only thing that reasonably could have happened was this. This is really important. Judge Sizemore is going to tell you that the law does not require more or greater certainty by you if you're returning a verdict based on circumstantial evidence rather than on direct evidence per se. Okay, and that's because there is no rule that either circumstantial or direct evidence is stronger than the other. The comparative weight of the evidence is an issue for you to decide, just like it is if it's all circumstantial or it's all direct, if it's all testimony or it's all documents, if it's all video or it's all audio. Ultimately, it's up to you to make the decision as to what the evidence means and what conclusions you can draw from it. So, you take those things into account, you think about it this way, you say, okay, now we know some facts, we know some direct facts. So, what are the conclusions that can be reached from the direct facts? Well, I'd suggest to you that there's only two possibilities, okay? One is that it's accidental trauma, that's a possibility, or that it is inflicted trauma. That is, that those are the only two possibilities. But accidental trauma, ladies and gentlemen, is not a realistic explanation. It's not even close to a realistic explanation in this case. It's not a realistic explanation, well, for a whole bunch of reasons. Okay, it's not realistic because you would say, how many times you fall off the bed now? How did you get this bruise? And these bruises, and these bruises, okay, and they're not just bruises, okay, I'm not picking them up and showing them to you again. Right? But you saw the medical examiner showed you, I mean, where they put, like, looking at the scalp on either, I mean, the skull on either side, okay? There's brain bleeds here, and there's hematomas here, and here, and here. And then there's bruises here, and here, and here. And those things don't all come at one time. Those don't come from one fall. Maybe if you fall off the side of a mountain, and you roll 500 feet, bouncing every which way, you might bruise your whole body. Okay? They might occur in one event or at one time if you're in a car wreck, and there's one impact and you get impacted from every angle. But those kinds of injuries, it is not realistic to think that they could be the result of accidental trauma when there is such a collection of them, and they all occurred within the same within the same time frames. I think is what Dr. Clark's testimony was, that he thinks that those injuries, because they're consistent with each other, they're all new, they're all fresh injuries. Okay, the Dr. Oleg testified, like about the liver, for instance. She says that the liver, that you can tell that it's not an it's not a chronic condition, it's not something that's been going on, but you do that from the lab results, because you look at the lab results and the liver enzymes are up in, they're not 20 times higher than they're supposed to be, or 100 times higher, okay? The liver enzymes in one case are like 200 plus times higher than they're supposed to be, and the other 400 plus times higher than they're supposed to be. Okay? And the reason the liver enzymes are so jacked is because it is an acute injury. It is something that has just happened within a short period of time. Now, none of the doctors are specific about that injury or about the bruises. They're not as specific. They're not saying we can narrow it down to an hour, or within minutes or whatever, because, there is a broader range in which those things can occur. But when they are there, when they aren't there, and then suddenly they are, and when they are there, they are in the presence, or they're associated with, or in addition to an injury that can be timed or dated, then you know that they almost certainly occurred all at the same time. Accidental trauma talks about falling off the bed. The only evidence in this trial of a fall from a bed, all of it, the whole total of all the evidence. Nobody was told by Trinity Pogue at the hospital that fell off of a bed, that the baby fell off of a bed. Jay Williams wasn't told that he fell off of a bed. Okay? The police officers that she ran across at the hospital weren't told that she fell off the bed, that he fell off the bed. Dr. Bussman said that he remembers, he said he didn't have a specific, he said he didn't know if there was a specific note, but he didn't remember for sure, if she said chair or what, but something about a fall, and he says, all I know is that when I asked her about it again a few minutes later, she completely changed her story. Okay, that's what Bussman told you. And that's not Bussman going back and looking at notes, that are recorded by somebody else, etc. Okay, that's Bussman's memory. He says, I can't tell you what the stories were, but I can tell you that it changed significantly from the first time I talked to her to the second time I talked to her. Okay, so the only evidence of a fall off of a bed is this. I'm sorry. I think I skipped something here. But anyway, so you saw the message earlier, and I may have it out of order, and if I do, I'll apologize for that and try to do better next time. But you saw the text, you've heard it already, where she says that she told Jay to get on the bed, or she put the baby on the bed with Jay, and Jay let him roll off the bed. And she says, he's okay, he's fine. Okay? So, not only does she say he's fine, but her next text to Paris about what happened is this. Paris, this is when she's at the hospital. Paris says, did they say what happened or why they think that? She says, he hit his head at some point. I don't know. They won't give us much information. And Paris says, wait, didn't you say he fell off the bed last night? And her response is, I don't know. I was asleep. She doesn't know if he fell off the bed. That's what she tells Paris the next time the topic is raised. I don't know if he fell off the bed. I was asleep. The next thing she tells Paris is 3 hours later when they're talking about the skull fracture. Paris says, you texted me last night and told me he fell. That had to be it. And Trinity Pogue's response is, but that was only off the air mattress. And the air mattress wasn't far from the ground. I can't text about it anymore. I don't know what's going to happen to me. So you have the one text, which is the only evidence of a fall from the bed, and in the next 2 text messages concerning that matter, Trinity Pogue says, I don't know if he fell off the bed because I was asleep. Oh, and he just fell off of an air mattress. Rolled off of an air mattress. Not only that, but the timestamps, and I think this testimony was in earlier, okay, the message about he fell off the bed was at 11:57 p.m. on Saturday night, okay? At 12:02 and 12:04, and I will tell you that I'm not 100% certain which one of those 2 videos that this screenshot comes from, but it's from one of those 2, either at 12:02 or 12:04, okay? Either, no, maybe more than 10 minutes after the child fell off the bed, but it is 5+ minutes since she sent the text saying he fell off the bed, okay? That is the state of J.D. Angeles. Okay, and you saw the video in court. That's the screenshot, of course. And you look at it, ladies and gentlemen, and there is no big fresh bruise on the corner of his forehead. And he's sitting up, and he's drinking out of a sippy cup, and he was holding on to her hand and playing, as you saw in the video. Dr. Olek, okay, who's also not affiliated with the GBI or anyone else, I mean, other than her own practice, Dr. Olek told you that there is 0 possibility that following this injury, the child could be doing these very things. The nature and extent of the injuries can't be explained by a fall from the bed. Too many injuries, too serious. They don't happen like that. And Mr. Gilbert says, you know, he's like, Dr. Clark, you just can't trust Dr. Clark. Now, he works for the GBI. You know, he works for the crime lab, which is true, which he is technically an employee of the GBI. He says, you can't trust Dr. Clark. You know, because Dr. Clark's going to say whatever they want him to say, I guess, you know, is what he's implying. It's not the case. Okay? Dr. Clark does autopsies, right? Sometimes the autopsies are, this is a natural death. This is a heart attack. Sometimes the autopsies are, this is an accidental death. You know, sometimes the autopsies are, you know, the death is unknown, it's unexplained. Okay? And those he doesn't get called to testify because nobody's being prosecuted for murder. Okay? The only time he gets called to testify for murder is when he made the finding that this evidence establishes that this was a murder. Okay? He doesn't get called to testify in a murder case because we decided that, oh, we got a murder case. Well, hell, what are we going to do? You know, let's call Dr. Clark. That's not how that works. He does the autopsy. He did the autopsy 3 days after the child died. Okay, issues a 6-page report, orders all kinds of stuff. Okay, comes into court, and yeah, you know, we're going to call him, right? We're going to call him to testify because his actual live, in person, with his hands and a scalpel, findings were that this child was murdered. So of course they're going to call him. So Mr. Gamble says, you know, he says, but Dr. Clark ain't as slick as he thought he was. He says, because I got him good now. I had this article. He got an article. Let me see if I can find the article. Was that up here?
I don't know that it is. I think they gave it back because we couldn't send it to the jury. So I can give you a copy.
It's all right. Okay. This is the thing about the article. Dr. Clark says, well, give me a minute, let me read it. We took a little recess, okay? He read the article. Mr. Gamble comes back and he says, 4-year-old child in Chicago fell off of an adult bed, died 2 days later of an epidural hemorrhage. 9-month-old in, Portland, fell off of a table, suffered injury, was taken to the hospital and they did not have any findings, died 2 days later from brain trauma. And Dr. Clark says, yeah, he says, I'm not only familiar with Dr. Case or whatever her name is, he said, I'm familiar with her. He says, I'm familiar with the article. I'm familiar with it. He knows the other doctor, too, that's cited in there, Mabo or whatever his name was, who she's citing. Okay? He says, yeah, I know these people. Okay? And I know this article, now that I've looked at it. He says, they're talking about epidural hemorrhages. Okay? An epidural hemorrhage is entirely different than a subdural or subarachnoid hemorrhage. And he explained on the stand, and I hope that you got it because, frankly, I probably didn't understand it well enough to try to repeat it to you. But basically, there's different layers between the, from the skull to the top of the scalp. There are different layers. There's the galeal layer, which is the fibrous tissue that's immediately attached to the skull, and then above that there's the dura and the something and something else, okay? And you can have brain hemorrhages, you can have hematomas that result, and they occur in different levels, and depending on what level it occurs on, it's subgaleal or subarachnoid or subdural or whatever. The article was only about epidural hemorrhages. And he said we had a very small epidural hemorrhage in this case. The significant ones were subdural, subarachnoid, and subgaleal. Okay? Article has nothing to do with the facts or the circumstances of this case. Furthermore, you go to the next section of the article, and it says that in almost all cases of subdural hemorrhages in a child, it is the result of abusive head trauma, which is exactly what it is the result of right now, in this case. How many times did he fall off the bed? There's an occipital skull fracture, which is back here at the back of the head. It's a hard bone to get to. It's a hard bone to fracture because your shoulders absorb some of the blow if you fall backwards, and this part of your head absorbs some of the blow. And it's the thickest bone in the scalp, or in the skull, rather, the occipital. It's the thickest bone in the skull, he said. It's hard to crack, hard to bust, hard to split. It not only split, it not only busted the full thickness, the fracture went all the way through the occipital bone, but it continued into the up here, the parietal area. Okay? Now, Dr. Clark didn't call it a parietal fracture. He called it a separation of the lambdoidal suture, okay, which is where the two pieces of the skull come together over here, right? And the reason he called that is because it was on the suture line. But the sutures, they all develop at different times. The sutures solidify, they come together and ossify in the bone at different times in different children, different ages, and depending on where it is in the head, but it says this is bone. Okay, it was just on the lambdoidal line. Okay? The other doctor who did the x-ray, and this is what Jill Olick testified to, she said it's an occipital and parietal fracture, okay? But in any event, the fracture goes from here all the way up here. There's bruises on the face side in front of the head. There's a lacerated liver and a lacerated adrenal gland. He didn't have any of these conditions or injuries when he got to Americus on Saturday night. So he fall out of a chair, right? We went from falling off the bed to falling out of a chair. And I will tell you the same thing that I told you about the other fall, because it's just as applicable. The nature and extent of the injuries cannot be explained by a fall from a chair, particularly not a fall from this chair. that chair, the bottom, the part that you would fall over, okay, is only 13 inches off the floor. Okay? So, if you fell over that, you know, the only way you could fall out of that chair is to fall forward. You can't fall backwards in it. I mean, y'all, you know, everybody here probably has seen one of these chairs or something like it before, I bet, and you know, your kids probably have had one and all that, and you know, it's a big fluffy, probably is kind of a beanbag thing. I mean, the cushion's beanbaggy, you know, it's not a whole beanbag chair, but the cushion's beanbaggy, but it's a big fluffy thing, okay, when you sit down in it, okay, the way it's shaped like a dish, you sit down and you basically sink into it, okay, you couldn't turn the thing over backwards, you know, if your life depended on it, not from inside of it, okay, and if you fell forward out of it, even if you were only 18 months old, if you fell forward out of it and landed right square on your face and busted your forehead and did this and that and knocked out an eye and all kinds of things, you still wouldn't fracture the parietal bone and you still wouldn't fracture the occipital bone. If the injuries cannot be explained by falls, the only realistic possibility is that this child was a victim of inflicted trauma. Okay? This is not another explanation. I mean, it's either accidental or it's inflicted. And if it's accidental, I mean, if it's not accidental, it has to be this. And if it has to be this, if it's this, then it has to be by who is the question. Okay? So, Jay Williams, did Jay Williams inflict the trauma on this child? That's one hypothesis he offers. Okay? I was kind of stunned by this one. The other possibility he offers is, you know, JD himself, you know, he's active, climbing, growing, 18-month-old baby. You know, he might have done this himself. There's no telling what he climbed up on and fell off of. I mean, seriously, that's what he said. He said that to you. Like, you gonna believe that? Like, this child, you know, man's coming. Now, if somebody had come out of that bathroom where they were, okay, and the child had been laying face down, you know, not breathing and unconscious and in respiratory arrest and with brain fluid seeping out of his mouth and his nose, okay, if you've been laying like that face down, you know, on the side of the desk over here, and that was the only injury he had, you know, sure as heck it could be accidental in that case. Yeah, I mean, it might be. But to think that the kid climbed out of, yeah, it's too dumb for me to waste any more time. I'm running out of time for me to just waste any more time talking about. A kid did not climb on anything and fall off and hurt himself. So, the only other option, the only other person is Trinity Pogue. Now, I'll grant you that this case depends in significant part on the credibility of Jay Williams. I mean, it does. You know, every case has witnesses. Some witnesses are more important than others. Some witnesses are essential to a case. Some witnesses, you know, are kind of interchangeable. You can use this one or that one or whatever to prove whatever you're trying to prove. Jay Williams is an essential witness in this case. Okay. But I'm telling you, when you assess his credibility, the judge is going to give you a charge about assessing credibility. Okay, like you consider their manner of testifying, their circumstances, how they would know the facts and circumstances that they're testifying to, their ability to observe, you know, whether it's corroborated by other testimony. Okay, his testimony was corroborated by clear, undisputed evidence. Okay, there is a video from GSW that Chief Lewis played for you, okay, that shows him walking out of the dormitory at 11:55, and shows him walking back in at 12:30, and shows him running out with a baby squeezed up against his body right here at 12:31. Okay? He wasn't there. Not only that, he said he was going to get a pizza. Well, you know, how about this? There's a pizza, okay, right there on the end of the bed. You know, says he's going to Walmart. Well, there's Walmart bags, and there's stuff in the Walmart bags. And reach in, you know, and you take it out and you take a picture, You know, and I'm not, yeah, so, look. There's Walmart bags. There's a receipt that says these things in this Walmart bag were paid for at 12:14 p.m., okay? So if he left the dormitory at 11:55 and he's at Walmart walking out at 12:14, I'd say he's moving pretty efficiently if he managed to get there and to pick up items and get through the cash register in 19 minutes. But he did, okay? His statements to Allen and Mathis, okay, to Mathis Wright, I said Mathis, I should have said Wright, I'm sorry. His statements to Lieutenant Allen and Reverend Wright were consistent not only with what he told them, they were consistent with what Pogue told them. Okay? They're consistent with what she told them about falling out of the chair, etc. Right? Big deal about the hospital records. Ladies and gentlemen, when you consider the credibility of this witness, I'm telling you, the hospital record does not disprove his testimony. It barely contradicts it. It barely, I mean, it's almost it's not a bump in the road. I mean, it's a pebble of sand that you walk over. Okay? The hospital record doesn't disprove his testimony. There's no one who comes in here and testifies and says, you know, this is what he told me. I wrote it down right here, word for word. I know this is what he told me. Okay? There's a hospital record that's assembled by a team of people who are working desperately to save the life of an 18-month-old child. Okay? And doesn't disprove anything about what he said. His GBI interviews do not impeach his trial testimony. Okay? And we'll talk about this for a second. I talked about it briefly a while ago, but I want to go back to it for just a moment. The GBI thinks, okay, what he... Pardon me, I'm sorry. I have to take a sip of this water. What he told Samantha Fort was that he didn't know what happened to the child. Okay? Now, defense counsel didn't play the interviews for you. He didn't refer him back to specific questions. He didn't refer her to specific questions to say, what questions did you ask him? Did you ask him what happened? He says, I don't know what happened. You know? She says, have you heard anything about it? Yeah, the only thing I've heard is what Trinity told me. You know? I mean, what Trinity told him isn't nearly as important in you know, for summarizing the interviews. Okay? It's not nearly as important in Jay Williams' interview summary as it is in Trinity's interview summaries. Okay? So, you know, he says, you know, what did he do? You know, what did he say? He said, well, he told me he didn't know. That's what he said. He said he didn't know. And it may very well be that without those questions being in front of you to know what questions were being asked and how they were being asked, that may have been the full and only and absolutely correct answer. Moreover, his trial testimony was credible. The guy sits there, you know, not showing a lot of emotion. You know, it's been 2 years. You know, you come into a courtroom, there's a lot on the line. You know, you're seeking justice for your baby. Okay, there's a lot on the line. And there's y'all, okay? And y'all are a wonderful looking group of people, okay? But I'd be scared to death too if I were sitting over here, okay? And I'm testifying, you know, and I'm asking questions, and Mr. Gamble's asking questions, and are all, you know, giving him the mean eye, you know, not kidding, you didn't really give him the mean eye, but you're all looking at him, okay? You're paying attention to him, okay? You're focused on him, and he knows you're focused on it, right? That is a tough position for somebody to be in. And you try to control your emotions because you don't want, I mean, anybody would. You try to control your emotions because you don't want to break down. You don't want to look, you know, like Jell-O on the witness stand, okay? So you steel up, you know, you tighten up, you say, okay, I'm going to get through this, you know, and you sit there and you do it, you answer questions cleanly, directly, okay? You answer them crisply, and that is the thing, if you think about, that you will recall from his testimony. That guy didn't evade a single thing, okay? He's not trying to dodge anybody's questions. He's not dodging. He's not ducking and dodging. He's not giving you this, you know, I don't know. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. You know, I mean, he's answering the questions the best of his ability based on what he remembers at the time he's sitting there. His demeanor was appropriate. His grief was palpable. He's at this point he's testified, okay? He's in the courtroom when this happens. And Mr. Gamble says, he says, well, about this jacket that the baby supposedly threw up on. Supposedly threw up on. Okay? So I go back in the records, okay, in the recordings that we have, right? And I look and I say, are there any pictures that actually show the jacket where it's puked on? Well, sure enough, you have it back there, you look at it a little closer, and you see just how prominent that is, okay? It is all down, look, wrong side. It's all down this side of the jacket, okay? It's not only down this side of the jacket, it's inside the collar, okay? I mean, it makes my stomach weak just to hear that, okay? About, listen, I love my children. I love them with all the world, okay? But my ex-wife was a nurse, okay? And when young'uns started throwing up, okay, I do everything. I changed diapers, I cooked meals, I did all kinds of stuff, okay? The young'uns started throwing up, I'm like, Betsy, come here, because I couldn't stand it, okay? It makes me puke for them to do it. This guy tucks that child against his shoulders, gets in a car, races to the hospital, and while he's doing it, this kid is puking on him, not on his clothes, not on the floor, not on the seat of the car, or in a baby bed somewhere. He's puking down his neck, down his shirt, inside his jacket, okay? He doesn't let go. He doesn't let go. He doesn't stop holding him. He doesn't stop going to the hospital. He doesn't get to the hospital and say, here, somebody take this nasty young'un, look, he's done yacked all over me. He carries him in until he puts him in the hands of somebody who might try to save his life. And we're gonna mock him and say, supposedly someone threw up on his jacket. Come on. He was credible. He was credible as to what he testified to. And ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, there is this. He has no reason to harm his son. And Mr. Gamble says, you know what? They should have gone to Colquitt and talked to neighbors and friends and all this kind of stuff and asked about all that. And, like they should have been investigating Jay Williams. Well, first of all, they make him sit through 4 hours of interviews, on the first day. Right, and they take his phone. Okay, they do a search for a search warrant. They snatch his phone too, not one, two phones. They snatch 2 phones from him. Okay, and they're investigating. But when they're the dormitory interviewing people, okay, they're not interviewing people to say, tell me what you know bad about Trinity Poe. Okay, they're saying, tell me what you know about this baby being in the dorm last night. And then from there, it may go on to other questions, but saying, what do you know about the baby being in the dorm? Left. Gone. Okay. So that's what they're asking for. They're not trying to build a case or attack the character of this girl. That's not what they're doing. Okay? And there's no reason for them to go to Colquitt, because I tell you this, okay? He's got an apartment in Colquitt, right? If this child had died in Colquitt, Georgia, on Sunday, January 14th, 2024, okay, and Trinity Poe had been there in Colquitt with him when it happened, you think they're going to be coming up here talking to people that live on the dorm? No, they're going to be talking to people in the apartment next door, in the apartment across the street. And the people that he sees in the parking lot, the people that he sees at work. But those people don't have relevant information in this case, okay? They might have relevant information if this child had died of malnutrition, okay? If he had died as a result of, septic shock for some wound that didn't get treated, okay? If there was a negligence case or something like that where you have a baby that just doesn't get taken care of, okay, where DFACS has been involved, all these kinds of things, if you have that, then sure, you go interview the neighbors, etc. Okay? J.D. Angeles died because something or someone smashed him in the back of his head and cracked his skull open, and then smashed him again and split his liver. Okay? He didn't die because he had some sort of chronic abuse. He didn't die because he cried at night, and the neighbors somewhere else didn't hear him. Okay? Nobody's aiming for Trinity Poe. Nobody's aiming for Trinity Poe. You know, hey, I'd rather have a different defendant, okay? You know, if it were me, right, if I got to choose who my defendant is, you know, I mean, I'd rather have somebody that looks mean and surly, you know, and is older, and somebody looks at him and says, oh, you know, he just looks terrible. That looks like a guy who would do this. You know, that's who I'd rather have as a defendant. Not an 18-year-old college student, or, you know, 19, 20, whatever she is. They're not after Trinity Poe. They're trying to determine how this baby died and who was responsible for it. Now,
Mr. Lamb, it's been a little over an hour, so I'm going to let the jury have a brief recess. We're just going to make it a 10-minute recess, and then we'll let Mr. Lamb conclude his argument. Okay?
thank you, Your Honor.
Just before 12:30.
Sorry. Um, they're gonna have their little break and then hold on. I know these poor jurors. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Battery, not cruelty to child in the first. Aggravated battery, not cruelty to child in the first degree. Y'all see that where I changed it. It only. I know that. That's why when we only addressed aggravated battery, that didn't sufficiently cover it. So I changed it. Okay, let's bring the jury back in. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can conclude your argument.
Said that you can see by the way, not only his demeanor in court, but the things he did, his actions, the way he came out of the door and poking that child, and all that. And you know, to my knowledge, no one had ever asked. I certainly had never asked until it came up in this trial. But then he testified to it. I said, so you were talking about your jacket, and they're talking about why we didn't collect the jacket to test for vomit. And he says, well, I guess you still could. And so that's what we'll put him back up on the stand later, if you'll recall. And I said, so do you have the jacket? And he says, yeah, I've got it. But where is it? Is it home? He says, I said, what's it? He said, I never washed it. Shirt either. They're there. I said, well, why haven't you washed it after 2 years? And he said, because it's the only thing, that's the last thing I have left from my baby. Okay, that guy is not going to beat this youngin to death. Okay, Gamble's giving you a 5-minute window in which, I'm sorry, that hand I heard on the table saw, and it looks funny to me when I hold it up. He's not going to give you, he's giving you a 5-minute window, okay, where he says it had to happen. You know, that Jay Williams could have done it. He could have done it in this 5 minutes while she's in the shower. Never mind, they're still in the same damn dorm room, okay, but he says he could happen in this 5 minutes that she's in the shower and he's out there with the baby. Okay, there is nothing about Jay Williams that would lead you to believe or support the conclusion that he would have done this to his child. Who had a motive? If you could have a motive, right? Like, these cases are hard, okay? I think Mr. Gamble may have misinterpreted me when I said that this is easy. I'm talking about, you know, that element of the decision-making process becomes easy when it gets to this kind of a case, okay? But these cases are hard because these are the cases where every jury is going to give every defendant the absolute most presumption of innocence and the most benefit of reasonable doubt ever, because in your heart of hearts, like every other living, breathing human being, okay, you don't want to believe that somebody could do something so terrible to somebody so innocent. Okay, nobody wants to believe it. Right? So if you get past that, ladies and gentlemen, in your deliberations, you get to the point where, you know what, I believe it, okay, you've passed the reasonable doubt stage, okay, because you're giving her, anybody else, you're giving anybody in this position, because you don't want to believe it. Nobody wants to believe it. So how do you make yourself believe it? How do you accept that Trinity Pogue could do such a thing? Okay, yeah, so she have a motive. She resented and ultimately despised that little boy. Okay, now you know this from her statements, her text messages, etc., starting back in August of 2023. All right, starting in August of 2023. These are in evidence. Remember, they started these exhibits. These are the text messages that came from Paris Permort's phone between her and Trinity Pogue. He started the back and moved forward because because that's the way they're stacked up here. And she says, "I'm going to sleep in your room. I can't do JD crying that much. Hopefully he's in a better mood in the morning." Okay. Then she's talking about getting in the shower, and she puts him in there to wash him in the shower, and he gets water spraying on his face, and he apparently didn't like it and was acting, reacting to it or whatever. And she says, "I'm trying to take a shower and I had to bathe him, and I just sat him down and let him cry because I'm not about to baby him." Okay? I'm not going to baby a baby. When she's talking about Jay Williams, I'd say, I don't blame you, girl. I wouldn't baby him either. Right? Grown person. She's talking about a little kid. She's talking about a kid that stands that tall. Okay? That's unsteady on his feet still. And she said, "I'm not going to baby him." The witnesses that came and took the witness stand that were called by the defense said, "Oh yeah, she didn't like that young man. She didn't like him. She didn't like him. And not only that, he didn't like her. He didn't like her." She sends more messages in August 17th of 2023. She says, "Why do I feel anger towards JD? When we were in the bed and JD kept touching Jay's face, I almost cried." Okay? Because the kid is being affectionate towards his daddy, it's upsetting her. And Paris doesn't understand. She says, "What do you mean? Like you feel anger towards JD?" She goes, "I don't know, not jealousy, but I want to love him. But instead of loving, I just feel like angry, like I want to punch him." Laughed my ass off. Oh my God, that sounds so bad, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It does. It does sound that bad. And then the explanation comes in the next two messages. "Ever since he's gotten here, Jay has not touched me. He's currently on the floor." Okay? The baby is interfering with her relationship with Jay Williams. Later, 5 days later in August, she sent a message to him, to Jay Williams, and she said, I told you from the beginning I would always try to love JD the same as mine, but since me and you have gotten serious, every time I see him, I just get angry at the world, and I just have a gut feeling of anger. I don't know what it is, but just seeing him makes her angry. In December, she sends a message, and yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. Let's go to January. The day before, the night before, he was murdered. Says, what are y'all gonna do about tonight? That's Paris's text, and the response is, no clue. I guess I'll probably sleep on the air mattress in the sink area. I can't do being around JD anymore. He hates me, and I hate him. And if you examine her conduct towards the child, ladies and gentlemen, no, you will see that, in fact, that is true. There's an old saying that says, when people tell you who they are, believe them. November of 2023, she told Jay Williams that he had hit his face, had hit his eye, that he bruised his eye or cut his eye, injured his eye, that she was cleaning up near the in the bathroom, and she didn't realize he was behind her. And she opened the door or the drawer. I don't remember which one he said, but she opened it up and she hit him in the eye, hit him in the face. She said, "I felt so bad. I felt so bad." Okay, where is JD when he gets the blow to the face? Okay, with Trinity Pogue and nobody else. He ain't with his daddy. He's with Trinity Pogue. In December of 2023, she sends a message that says, Jay, this is December 17th. She says, Jay, I don't know if I can do this anymore. This weekend was a struggle for me, and I don't know what to do. I love you so much, but letting JD hit the wall and see the damage it did really hurt me. Okay? What in the world is that about? Hitting the wall. I asked Jay Williams when he testified, he says, I don't know. I don't know what she was talking about when she talked about him hitting the wall. That baby was terrified of her. You heard those people that said he cried and cried and cried when she was there, and he would stop crying if somebody else picked him up. That was his reaction. There's an old saying, something like, I never trust people who don't like dogs, but if a dog doesn't like a person, I trust them completely. And I'd submit to you that basically the same thing is true of an infant. Okay? You don't like babies, you don't like little kids, you don't think they're fun and I don't know, cuddly and snuggly and just wonderful, creatures, I'm sorry. If you're not that person, okay, and little kids know it, okay, they know, it's like, they're not going to go to that guy, they're not going to go to that girl, they don't want any part of her, okay, and I'm thinking, there's these things that have happened, and they happen when he's with her, okay, and in this case, ladies and gentlemen, this is really important, I'm going to try my best not to run out of time, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk this long. In this case, he says she hasn't given any confessions or anything, like they don't have anything on her. That's what Mr. Gamble said. I wouldn't have said that. Couldn't say that if he hadn't said it first. There's not. He's right. There's not. Okay, but there are implicit admissions that this case happened under her care, under her eye. Okay, there are implicit admissions that this happened. One of those implicit admissions is that she lied about what happened. Okay? The second one of those implicit admissions is that she changes the story. She creates essentially two separate events in talking to two separate sets of people to explain it. Okay? Third, she sends the text when she's at the hospital, and she sends the text to Paris. She says, I babysit all the time, and nothing like this has ever happened. Okay? Okay. Now you parse that statement. You think about what that statement means. Okay? If I say, Stephen Douglas drives my lawnmower all the time, and nothing's ever happened to it. Okay? You know, until now, right? I'm blaming Stephen Douglas. Okay? I'm saying this is different for Stephen Douglas. He drives my lawnmower. He doesn't normally break it. You know, but he did this time. Okay? If I say, if he breaks my lawnmower, okay, but I say, I've had this, you know, I have had this lawnmower for years, you know, and nothing's ever happened to it, okay? And then I turn around and say, you know, it's an implicit admission, and my analogy may not be very good, but I think that you get the point, okay? That if she wasn't involved in this, if she didn't do anything, then the answer is, I don't know. Not he fell off the bed. Not, oh, no, it wasn't off the big bed, it was off the air mattress. No, it fell off the chair. No, it didn't fall off the chair, slumped over in the chair or something. Okay? I don't know is the answer if you don't do something. But if you do something, you're trying to explain it, or trying to absolve yourself of attention and criminal responsibility, then you come up with other things and other people to blame, etc. All right. I've left this part for near the end, and that is talking about this offense, malice murder, okay, which is a separate charge than felony murder. Person commits the crime of murder with malice aforethought, he causes the death of another human being. Okay? The court is going to charge you, I think, that there's two kinds of malice. Express malice is a deliberate intention to kill, which is manifested by external circumstances that are proven. Implied malice is when there's no considerable provocation and circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, there is implied malice in this case. There is implied malice. Okay? Now, I will not tell you, and the judge is going to charge you. Okay? He's going to tell you that we don't have to prove. Nobody has to prove that because foreplanned, there were premeditation. We don't have to prove premeditation. Okay, that's not part of the burden of proving malice murder. He's going to tell you that malice can be formed in an instant, and in an instant, a mortal wound inflicted, and it's malice murder. Right now, the reason that I'm bringing this to your attention is because you could reach the conclusion from this evidence, okay, that she either just lost it for whatever, that he left her with the baby again, he's going to get pizza and drinks, she's already mad because the baby's ruining her weekend and all that. Okay, and he left the baby, and the baby won't shut up. The baby was crying last night, half the night. She, had to get up and go to Paris's room till 2 a.m., and she's trying to play with the baby and wake him up. And now he leaves her with the baby again, and she gets out of the shower, and he's crying, and he won't shut up, and she just flipped out. Okay, and maybe she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't intend, I don't think, what I think doesn't matter. I'm not trying to prove, and I'm not trying to suggest to you or make you believe that she looked at him and said, I am going to kill you, okay? Like I'm not trying to convince you of that, okay? But I don't have to convince you of that for you to find malice murder, okay? What you have to find for there to be malice murder is that there's no provocation and the circumstances show an abandoned and malignant heart, that there's just a point at which somebody just goes too far, okay? And when you use your hands or the edge of the bed or the edge of the desk or the floor or the wall or whatever the weapon was to cause this kind of damage, then the evidence is sufficient to show that she's guilty of aggravated battery and first-degree cruelty and felony murder and malice murder. Now, Mr. Gamble has made a big deal out of, as he should as a defense lawyer, about reasonable doubt. And he says, this is reasonable and that's reasonable. Okay, the judge is going to charge you that we don't have to prove doubt beyond all certainty or to a mathematical certainty. We don't have to prove guilt beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty, right? And we don't have to disprove every ridiculous hypothesis or allegation made by the defense. I do not have the burden, frankly, of proving to you that this child climbed up on the dresser, and did a high dive on the floor, of his own accord. Because he had one injury, not a whole panoply of them. Okay? I don't have to prove that. I don't have to disprove that hypothesis because it's not reasonable. It's just dumb. And when you look at it, you say, this is not reasonable. Okay? So if there's some hypothesis that he's tossed out there that I haven't addressed, that doesn't mean that I failed to prove it. You can take the evidence and analyze the evidence and say either this hypothesis has been disproven or not disproven, or this hypothesis is not worthy of attention in proof. When you consider the evidence, something else you take into account that there are two specific false narratives, okay? And these are not just arguments that are where somebody's off track on something, okay? These are false narratives, okay, that have been promoted to you since opening statement. In this case, I just didn't get to say anything about it until now. Since opening statement, okay? That the diaper, it's not said directly, but it is implied, okay, that the reason James Gibson threw away the dirty diaper when he was examining the trash out of the trash bin on January 14th, the reason he threw away the dirty diaper was because there was a defense motion to test it. He files a motion and says, ha, we don't have it. It's gone. Went ahead and come to court and answer for it. Okay? That's not what happened at all. Okay? Gibson, as you heard from his testimony, made an independent judgment. Okay? Maybe he's even wrong. Okay? Everybody's wrong sometimes. There's not an agent that's good enough not to make mistakes. There's not a lawyer, a doctor, a cab driver, a carpenter, or anybody else that's good enough that they never make a mistake. And maybe Gibson's wrong. I would stand by the decision he's made as his fellow agent has done, but it had nothing to do with an expectation or worry or fear that it was going to be tested. What he had to do, and the fact that it was photographed, unfolded and photographed, doesn't mean that he saw it as being of special importance, but he wanted to hide it, okay? If he saw it as being of special importance and wanted to hide it, he wouldn't have photographed it. The photographing is like everything else is in the trash bag, and he told you, he says, I opened up chip bags and cups and wrappers and all kinds of things, okay? He photographed everything in there, not just the diapers. Okay, the second false narrative, okay, is that Jay Williams isn't legally J.D.'s father. And maybe he's not, maybe he is, maybe he's not. Okay? But that has nothing to do with this case. It is a fact, it is a reference that is not even necessary to have been made in any context or circumstance whatsoever. Okay? It is designed to make you think that these people, the family of this child, do not deserve the same measure of justice that somebody would if they could say, not only is me and my wife, but I've got 9 DNA tests to prove it. This is my kid. Okay? Can't do that, can't do that. Certainly can't do it now. Okay, I bet he'd love to have a paternity fight now. Love to. Say, I'll fight about it, and if I lose, I'll kiss him on the cheek and say goodbye. Okay? But he can't. Whether he's his father or not has nothing to do with anything. Petty contradictions due to different perceptions or memory lapses. And we talked about this before, and I'm not going to go into it much further. Okay? Somebody says, oh, look, this is what I said. And they say, no, that's what you said. And it's been 2 years or more. And they're in 2 different contexts and 2 different, 2 different eyes viewing things, or 2 different sets of eyes. And sometimes they don't see things the same way. Failure to find or recover a weapon or other physical evidence at the crime scene. He says it can't be a crime scene because there's no blood. Okay? Some crime scenes don't look like the Manson family has been there. Okay? Some crime scenes, there aren't walls full of bullet holes. Some crime scenes, there's not anything in the room that specifically points to it and says, a murder happened here. Okay? Why would he not luminol the whole room looking for blood? Because he had just left the hospital and the child didn't have any external injuries. Okay? There's no blood because he wasn't bleeding. Whatever happened to the injuries that he suffered resulted from blows and force that caused him to have internal injuries that cost him his life. There's no weapon. Well, you know, that really ain't right. I mean, that's really not true. Look at here. You heard testimony from the stand that if you pick the child up, Clark said it, if you pick him up and you held him by the shoulders like that, you slammed him down on a hard surface. And Clark said something like a desk or a chair. I think were 2 of the 4 or 5 things he listed. Well, see, there's a hard plywood chair, there's a desk, and there's another desk, and there's a bed, and there's other photographs in here that show the end of this bed. You know, where there's a bedpost about that big that sits on the corner of it. Okay, and the fact that I can't come in here and say we have a videotape of her, you know, smashing the kid against that chair, or, you know, hurling him against the wall or hurling him against the bed, and the fact that I don't have a video of it, he's going to tell you that that means that you can't convict? Come on. I do have a picture. So you can see the bed. They're like the corner at the corner of the mattress right there. You can see it's like a metal bed post that sticks out of the thing. Investigative techniques, not a reasonable doubt. Joint interview. Okay, Samantha told you, Samantha Fort, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to refer to her by first name. Agent Fort told you that she had interviewed Jay Williams twice for 4 hours. She had interviewed Ashanti Burr before as well. I don't recall what the specifics of that particular interview were. What I would submit to you is that if it made a difference that in the third interview after their statements had already been made and sort of nailed down and this is coming back for additional information, if it made a difference, then he would have played the interview and said, look here, you know, this is why, you know, they're in there together. This is what's messing up all these statements. This is what's causing the testimony or the evidence to be tainted. Okay, it may be poor technique. Okay, it may be poor technique. It may be a violation of what you learned in investigator school to put 2 witnesses in the same room and talk to them at the same time for any period of time. Okay, but it doesn't create a reasonable doubt when that's not the evidence that the case relies on. Declining to order or obtain irrelevant testing, okay, the diaper, the vomit, oh my God, I can't believe we're still talking about this, okay? So the diaper, yeah, what's his name? Dr. Busman says, oh, yeah, you know, in this light, looking at a photograph that was taken under flash, you know, and then put on a computer, processed through, displayed on this screen, you know, which I'm sure has exact true color under this light, yeah, it looks red, you know, right? Like he's not trying to fool anybody, he's not trying to joke about it, you know, does this diaper look like it's got blood in it? Yeah, it looks red from here. Okay? And then, he's right. I believe that you saw that the significance of that was lost on Dr. Busman. Okay? He didn't understand why anybody was asking about, a dirty diaper. Okay? The significance of it wasn't lost on me, however, which is why I came back and pursued other questions. He says, the state bent over backwards to get him to back up. No, I asked questions on redirect, which I'm allowed to do, which I'm authorized to do, which I'm supposed to do to clear things up. Okay? And when I go back and ask Busman, what is supposed to, he says, it doesn't have to be blood in red, something red. Well, you know what? If you look at that picture, and I'm not going to try to scroll back through it because I'll lose my place forever if I do, okay, of that child in the car seat coming from Colquitt to Albany when they went to meet at Chipotle, and he's got a sippy cup, okay, it has a liquid in it that is as bright red as the top of this cabinet right here. Okay? He's drinking, a big cup of red fruit punch or whatever. Okay? So what if he pooped red? If it mattered, then it'd be a different story. But there's nothing to suggest that it mattered because there's no illness, disease, or any other process that could have ever been detected from a red poopy diaper that would have led to a conclusion different than this young'un died because somebody smashed him in the back of the head. There's a lot of audacity floating around this courtroom, okay? Jay Williams, okay, we're going after Jay Williams' parenting skills now. It's like, you didn't take your baby to the doctor for his 9-month and 12-month and 15-month checkups, Jay. The world is looking at you, buddy. Jay, I can't believe this. That baby is only 18 months old and weighs 25.1 pounds, and you have him in a forward-facing car seat in a sports car. My. You know, the drama, the tragedy, the humanity. Okay? Whatever. Right? If you want to say that he needs a parenting class, you know, I bet you he'd love to have to take one now. Bet you'd love to have to take one now. You know? I mean, and if a trooper had seen him driving with a kid not restrained in a car seat or something, you know, and pulled him over, you know, he probably would have got a ticket for like reckless endangerment or something like that, and would have been prosecuted by whoever, you know, would have been had jurisdiction over it. Right? But whether those things are true or not true have nothing to do with the heart of this case and the evidence where it matters. Everybody in this courtroom's got a job. Okay? We're all here for a reason. The lawyers, you know, I mean, it's my job to prosecute cases. It's his job to defend cases. You know, he's daggone good at it. And, you know, the court reporter, she's sitting over here, she's taking down every word that's said. And we got bailiffs who are monitoring security and doing all those things, and a law clerk and somebody from the clerk's office, and everybody's here for a reason. And, you know, I did this slide and I left off the judge, and it didn't sound like I'm being a smart aleck in doing it, but I was. I mean, I just inadvertently, I looked up and realized just like, I thought it said judge. It doesn't. Everybody here has a job. Okay? And you have a job. Okay? Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is this. It is defined by the oath that you gave at the beginning of this trial. Judge Sizemore said, raise your right hand, and he says, you will well and truly try this case and a just verdict give according to the evidence. Okay, there's two parts to that oath. There's two parts to that job. Part one is to well and truly try this case. And good Lord, I mean, y'all been great at it. I mean, everybody's been here every day. You know, I mean, people like, nobody's like, hey, look at that juror over there. They look like falling asleep. You know, things that we deal with. Or, you know, waiting, you know, day after day for people who are invariably late and you know, don't come back from lunch and, you know, don't take notes, all those things. Y'all been great. You've well and truly tried the case. You've done that part of your oath. But now, it's time to do the other part of your oath. And that is a true verdict give according to the evidence. Your job is to do justice with this baby. That is your job. To do justice. Do justice not for him. Do justice for his loved ones. Do justice for your loved ones. Do justice for your community as a whole. Okay? Jury verdicts speak volumes. Jury verdicts speak to the speak to the community. Okay? They speak. They say things to the community. People look at a jury verdict and they say, wow, you know, like, man, in America, they let people off for that. You know? But they look at jury verdicts and they say, you know, this is the wrong place. Wrong place, wrong time. Do that. You could send a different message. You could send a message and say, hey, look here, y'all. Everybody out in the world, look here. If you do a pretty good job of like not leaving blood, you know, kill somebody with your hands, you know, smash them against the wall, crush their liver with your foot or your fist or your hand, whatever you need. Who knows? Don't know. Don't know. And the fact we don't know doesn't mean that it didn't happen. And it doesn't mean that it didn't happen at her hands. You want to send the verdict? You want to send the message that says, hey, as long as you don't leave a lot of evidence on the scene, see ya. We'll walk you, you know. We're going to require video. We're going to require video and confessions before we will convict. You know, if that's the standard you want to set, ladies and gentlemen, that's the standard you set. As DA, I'll try to adapt to it. Okay? But don't let yourself think that you're not speaking beyond this courtroom when you go and sit down to decide this case. Katie Angeles was 18 months old. If you want to do them right, you take this paper, you elect a foreman, and you put a whole bunch of X's down those rows that say guilty. A true verdict given according to the evidence.
move that aside. I'm
Yes,
gonna
sir.
charge you. My plan is to give you the jury charge, which will take about 15 minutes, and then let you retire to the jury room. Once you elect a foreperson and begin your deliberations, I'm going to let you decide if you want to go to lunch and take a break. I'll give you some more explanation of that when I finish. Or I'm going to let you, we could even order out some pizzas or something like that and bring it to you. But I'll give you a little bit more about that in a moment. Can y'all move, Madam Bailiff, if you'll move that to the right or the left? Yes, sir, just so I can see every juror. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, well, we'll see if this works. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you are considering the case of the State of Georgia versus Trinity Pogue. The grand jury has indicted the defendant with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder 2 counts, aggravated battery 2 counts, and cruelty to children in the 1st degree. I have previously read the indictment to you, and you will have a...
Okay, so, hold on a minute. Let me shut the door real quick so I don't have to keep turning my camera off and on. Hold on just a second. Okay, I'm back. So, Kel, I didn't get to say hey to you, girlfriend. I mean, I did, but in the chat. But hi, Kel. Good to see you. Pizza, that sounds good. We're having pizza tonight. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. It's just a little frozen pizza, but anyway. They kept talking about pizza during this trial because the dad had left the house to go get some, like, pop and stuff to drink and other crackers and junk from Walmart, and then went to Pizza Hut to pick them up a pizza to eat. And whenever he got the call from her that something was wrong with the baby, he flew in the house and dropped the Walmart bags and threw the pizza on the bed. And every time they mention the Pizza Hut, I'm always like, "Ooh, I want Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut's so good." But anyway, y'all, they've already came back with a verdict. So when I started this, they were already on verdict watch. They've already got the verdict. The verdict has already come back. So, y'all ready to watch the verdict? 'Cause we'll watch the verdict if you want to. If you want to. If and you want to. I like Pizza Hut too. It's my favorite. QB says yes. Gail says yes. Miss King says yes. All right. We're going to watch it. Let me go find it. So we're skipping through the whole charge thing, and then we're going to skip through all of the things. There was a point where they come back for a question right here. We're going to skip past that because it was about the charges. Nothing important. Is this part it? Let's see. What in the world was that noise? Hold on a second. I think my kiddo left her game in here and it went boing, boing. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. Yeah. Psych. If you know, you know. Hey, Margaret. Yeah, we're still here. Me too. I like being able to fast forward. You didn't roll over once. That's how tired you were. There you go. I'm glad you got you some rest. Glad you got you some rest. She looks like she's been napping too. She looks like she's been, what is that saying? Rode hard and put up wet. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, I'm gonna fast forward it some more. They must be waiting for... She's either praying or falling asleep. I don't know which. She better be praying, but... So just so you know, before we get to this, there were like several charges. I think there were like 8 or 9 charges of like this and neglect of a child and felony murder and this and that and the other. There was a bunch of charges, okay? So, I don't know about the sentencing. I don't know about that yet. Oh, did they? QB, I missed that part. This is kind of funny, not funny. It's not funny, but funny. But kind of funny, but not funny. Oh, okay, here
All right,
we go.
Ms. Pogue,
6 charges total? I
all right,
thought
Ms.
there were more.
Pogue, if you would please stand.
Watch this, you guys. Watch.
The verdict reads as follows as to each count. On count 1, it says, "We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty." On counts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the verdict reads, "We, the jury, find the defendant guilty." Of felony murder, 2 counts, aggravated battery, 2 counts, and cruelty to child in the 1st degree. Y'all can have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a tough week for you, I'm sure, and I know that you probably had a lot of places you would have rather been this week than.
Yeah, they just heard the not guilty, and then he's like, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Here. I do want you
Let's watch this again.
to check off 6. Says, "We, the jury,
I feel like she pulls the pageant queen like really well, because she instantly goes from to all over again. You know what I mean?
find the defendant not guilty." On counts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the verdict reads, "We, the jury, find the defendant guilty." Of felony
was like-
murder, 2 counts, aggravated battery, 2 counts, and cruelty.
One more time.
The verdict reads as follows as to each count. On count 1, it says, "We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty." On counts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, the verdict reads, "We, the jury, find the defendant guilty." Of felony murder, 2 counts, aggravated battery, 2 counts, and cruelty to child in the 1st degree. Y'all can have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a tough week for you, I'm sure, and I know that you probably had a lot of places you would have rather been this week than here. I do want to thank you tremendously for your service, You have shown up, you've been on time, and you've paid thorough attention. You've taken in a lot of information this week, and you obviously, from the fact that you've deliberated over this, you've looked at this very closely. So with that, your county appreciates the work you've done, and you'll receive a stipend. It's just a token of the county's appreciation. You are free to leave for the term. You're also free to, you can certainly step back into the courtroom through the other door if you wish to, or hang around if you want to speak with the lawyers, but you don't have to. You don't have to talk to anybody. You're welcome to leave at this time if you prefer. If you do, turn in your badges on your way out, and make sure that your notes are in the jury room. And I really appreciate it. Y'all are free to go.
Oh, God, right, Kel? Right? Exactly, QB. Yeah. She had her face down and she went, looked up, like, ew. You got the devil in you.
Oh, was there anything hold the jury for just a second. Ask them to step into the jury room. No, ask them to step into the jury room. Ask them to just step into the jury room. Yeah.
That is the picture of disappointment.
Chad, if you'll pass this down, please pass this down to the lawyers. I do want to let you all review the verdict form, and let me know if there's anything else that either of you are asking me to consider. All right. May the jury be released. Mr. Lamb? Mr. Gamble?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, my proposal would be to let's proceed with sentencing. I would like to give you all about 15 minutes and come back in and I'll hear from both sides, and then I'll pass sentence. So it's 4:35. I'll be back in at 10 minutes until 5, and go ahead and hear from both parties and conduct sentencing. Thank y'all.
Okay. Let me fast forward. Hold on, I'm going to watch it till they pan the camera away from her. Okay, there we go. I was wanting to see if she made any funny faces. Since she was back talking to her family, I assume she's been out on bond. I guess so. I think so. I mean, especially because she's got her hair done, her nails are done. You know, she comes in with a different hairstyle every day. What was I doing? I don't even know. Squirrel!
All right, we're going to address sentencing. Before we do that, I want to see if there's any disagreement as to merger of the charges or vacating any of the sentences because of the. I know that the aggravated battery charges merge with the felony murder charges, and I believe the cruelty to child does as well. But I want to see what both parties indicate.
No, sir, I don't think we agree.
Okay, what is your position on that?
The state's position is that, of course, the court could impose sentence on, that you go straight down the line. The court could impose sentence on count 2, which is felony murder. Count 3 felony murder would be vacated because you can't be sentenced for 2 murders in the same case,
Okay.
when there's only one victim. Count 4, aggravated battery, would merge with count 2, felony murder. Count 5, aggravated battery, would stand alone because you would only merge one felony with the felony murder, not two. Even though the felony murder, because the felony murder is
Well, can I see the indictment? Will you hand me up the indictment from the,
I mean, I have a copy of it. I don't know. I guess
it's with the exhibits.
is it in that?
Well, if you have a copy, that'll be just as fine. Well,
I just counted all the exhibits. I didn't even think about that.
I don't know. I do have.
You can hand it up, that's
Yes,
fine, Laura.
I do have a copy. So,
Let the court reporter sit back down.
yes, sir. Yeah, please.
All right, let me ask you this question. With murder based in torso, right?
Yeah, and, I mean,
Let me finish my thought pattern,
yes,
and then
sir.
you can tell me your response to that.
okay,
Count 4 charges her with aggravated battery by rendering his brain useless, and count 5 by rendering his liver useless. And then count 2, felony murder, charges him with aggravated battery for both of them. I mean, in either way, right? To the head or the torso. So why wouldn't both merge into count 2?
but, first of all, with respect to.
Can we take a break? Are you looking for the indictment? Yes. Okay, if it's not in there, then they need to hold everything in that, okay. All right. All right. Okay, you can go ahead.
So, even though, which count is count 2 is the one that relates to the aggravated batteries? Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so it refers to an aggravated battery based on damage or whatever, to the brain and to the liver. That
Head and torso.
or
Yes.
head and torso, right? That and is, should be interpreted disjunctively. In other words, if there was a finding that only a battery to the head, that would be sufficient to support a claim, a finding of guilty on felony murder. If there was a finding of aggravated battery only on the torso, that would be sufficient to support it. So since either of them will support the felony murder, only one of them merges. And then count.
How do I know which one merges?
First one. If you go straight down the list of charges, okay, and you get, count 3 is vacated, count
Okay.
4, merge with count 2, and then now there has been a merger for count 2, which means count 5 would not merge, it's left freestanding, and count 6 can't merge because count 3 was vacated. So the sentence should be on felony murder and on count 5 aggravated battery and count 6 cruelty to children. That is the state's position.
All right, Mr. Gamble?
Yeah, we disagree on that interpretation.
Of course you do.
I believe that the court is correct concerning the merger of the aggravated battery. That the only charge that should stand is the first count of felony murder, which is number 2. And then the other would have merged in one way or another and be out. And then the only other charge could be cruelty to children. I believe would be the only one that remained with the felony murder. That's our position.
Do you happen to have any case law that addresses this
If you-
particular situation?
Yes, sir, if you, if the court wishes to take it.
Maybe we should take a recess.
Well, if,
because I thought-
I'm looking right now, Judge.
Okay. And I did say, you do agree that then the felony murder, the 2 felony murders, 1 vacates. right?
Yes, sir. Count 3 is vacated. That's correct.
Okay. But the fact that count 6 would have merged with count 3 doesn't affect count 3?
No, sir. Once it's vacated, then there is nothing for it to merge with.
Okay. So the question is, and I think Mr. Gamble agreed with that, the question is whether count 4 and 5 merge with count 2, because the felony murder charge in count 2 included both, whether it's, I guess it says and, you say that says is the disjunctive, which means or.
Right.
But it includes count 4 or 5, or 4 and 5. I mean, they could have found him guilty of both. Well, they did. They did find her guilty of both. So I guess I need case law on that. If the state is seeking a sentence on aggravated battery, count 5. So we'll take 30 minutes. Mallory, you come with me, and we'll take, I'll give you some, I'll alert you when I'm ready to address that.
Sounded like she said, "Can I go hug my family?" Let me rewind it.
I'll alert you when I'm ready to address that.
I remember your Flexil Jeans catastrophe, Miss Savage Geese. I remember that. What happened to them?
Six, which I understand.
Hold on, I'm trying to get to the... Here we go.
All right, I'm being told that the state and the defense agree that the sentence that the court is going to impose is for counts 2 and count 6.
Yes, sir. I advise Mr. Gamble that after doing some additional research, or some initial research rather, on that particular question, that I think that 4 and 5 would merge with count 2, and that being the case, the state's position is that the court should sentence on count 2 and count 6, which I understand is the defense position as well.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I was finding too. I had never seen a case where you could back a charge out of the felony murder, even if it was, of course, there's very few cases where more than one felony are charged in a single count of felony murder. But at any rate, then count 3 will will be vacated. Count 4 and 5 will merge with count 2, and count 6 is a standalone offense based upon the merger of count 3. I mean, the the fact that count 3 will have to be vacated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll hear from the state concerning sentencing as to count 2 and count 6. And of course, if you want to present any witnesses, you certainly can. And I believe the sentence possibilities are life on count 2 or life without parole. And on cruelty to children in the first degree, the sentencing range is 5 to 20. 5 to 20. Okay. All right.
The prosecutor is like,
All right.
5 to
I'll hear from the
20.
state first.
United States proposes that the appropriate sentence in this case would be a sentence of life in prison on count 2, with a sentence of 20 years consecutive on count 6. I understand that Ms. Pogue is very young. I think this is the terrible tragedy of these kinds of cases. I have a baby as a victim, and who was at the time a teenager as the defendant, and And I think that the jury's verdict, I mean, it's not always very possible to get an interpretation of what the jury might have been thinking. But I think if you look at the way the verdict is structured, that it suggests to me, at least, that by finding a not guilty on malice murder, that there was a belief that there was not evidence of a specific, essentially a specific intent to kill or a deliberate intention to kill, and that would be the distinction between count one and the remaining counts. And so, in my view, if I accept that as a finding of fact, from my perspective in proposing a sentence, if I consider that or accept that as a finding of fact of sorts, that there's evidence of malice, that there's evidence of disregard, conscious disregard for the consequences of her actions, then I feel justified in asking for consecutive time. But if I do not believe that the evidence supported this jury in making a finding of a deliberate intention to kill, such as would support a malice murder conviction, then I feel constrained to leave the recommendation at life without parole. I mean, at life in prison as opposed to life without parole.
All right. Do you wish to present anything? Anybody wish to say anything from the family, or
Yes,
are you
Donnie.
presenting any testimony?
No, sir. We're not presenting any testimony, and I'm not the father of the child is not father and aunt are here, of course, but I'm not asking them to make statements to the court, and I've told them both that they could if they wanted to do so, but we're not going to.
Okay. Mr. Gamble?
We recognize felony murder. I don't think if they're recommending life with parole, that's as lenient as the sentence could be under that particular charge. I don't think you can go below life in prison for a felony murder charge.
Right.
So we don't dispute that. We would ask, though, Your Honor, the cruelty to children, they're asking for consecutive 20 years. If you put that on there, you're coming very close to being life without parole, in that she will not come up for parole currently for 30 years and then add 20 more to it. Would be very close to her entire lifetime. And we would ask the court to consider, you've heard the evidence and you know generally what the whole circumstances were. She was 18 years old at the time, a young girl that had not had any trouble with the law, any problems, and was doing well. Now, obviously, she's accused of a horrendous crime that we fought about in court, but we accept the jury has made a verdict, whether I agree with it or not. So she has to now face what the consequences are of that. But it should not be so severe that it would be akin to life without parole. And that would be what happens if you make this consecutive serving time sentence. So we would ask that on the cruelty to children, that it run concurrent with the life sentence that she is going to be imposed on her for the felony murder. So felony murder plus 20 years, but run concurrent with the felony murder charge. Yeah.
All right, Ms. Pogue, if you'll stand up, please. I don't do a lot of speaking when I'm passing the sentence. I've heard the case, and I've considered the tragedy on the left side, on my left side, and on the right side, and there's a lot of tragedy to go around here. The whole time that I'm hearing a case, I think about what the appropriate sentence would be. And this conduct all led, in my opinion, to the offense of felony murder. Even the charge that, would have merged with count 3, but does not because count 3 is vacated by count 2. That's a lot of technical jargon. But the bottom line is you're going to receive a sentence of life in prison, which is the appropriate sentence for the conduct that you have been convicted of. And that is going to essentially be the sentence that the court passes in this case. You will be sent on, so on count 2, I sentenced the defendant to serve life in prison. And on count 6, I sentenced the defendant to serve 20 years in the state penitentiary. Those sentences will run concurrent. I do wish to advise you, Ms. Poe, that you have 30 days to appeal. You also have 4 years within which you could seek habeas corpus. I hope this can bring some closure to the family. It's just a complete tragedy. And I hope that you can, in your older days, have some sort of life after serving this sentence. And life while you're in prison, because you just have to make the best of it. But that's the sentence of the court. I wish everybody the best.
Wow. Unpopular opinion, I understand what he's saying.
Review, and then to Your Honor.
Thank you.
They might as well find her guilty of malice murder then, which they didn't. So concurrent seems like the right call given the jury's verdict. Yeah. I don't know. I think the jury's verdict was meant so that she wouldn't get life in prison. You know what I'm saying? But that sweet little baby. Right, I know what you mean. And I understand what he's saying. He's like saying by the time you add the 20 years on, that's might as well be life in prison without the possibility of parole, because she's going to be too old by that time, you know. It is tragic all the way around. You're right. You're right, Brenda. Brenda, I didn't know if you were here a while ago. I've been using my chapstick and I love it so much. I love it so much. Didn't the jury come back with a question, are you the charges? Yes, they did. They did. But I feel like that's what they were doing. The jurors are given an instruction to not consider her sentencing. Yeah. But I still feel like that's what they were doing. I feel like they were like, she's young, let her spend some time in there, you know, and let her get out at a time when she can still live a little bit of life, you know. But all right, folks, I'm going to get out of here. I don't know what Monday has in store. I don't know. I've still not been keeping up with the Brian Walsh trial. I have no idea what's going on with that one. Yes, Brenda, I love my stuff. I use it 25 million times a day. I do. I love it. Regardless, given that they didn't find for malice murder, the proper sentence is what she got. I think so, too. I think so, too. I mean, when you look at the minimum for what she was found guilty for, so. Time for some jurors interviews. Get it all done today. You might be able to find some. Go looking around on Twitter, see if you can find something. I'm going to get out of here. It is almost 8 o'clock. So I'm going to scooch, get ready for some dinner, and yeah. But bye again. Goodbye again, Donnie. You have a good night too. Mrs. Savage, I keep wanting to say Mississauga. It's Lindsay. Brenda in the chat gifted me some Yummy EOS chapstick. It was a 4-pack of chapstick. It's not chapstick. It's chapstick, but not chapstick brand. It's EOS brand, and it's luxurious. This one is strawberry sorbet. This one is vanilla bean. This one is something pomegranate. What was it? Pomegranate raspberry. This one. And then the last one is sweet mint. Yeah, sweet mint. And she also gifted me the Mary Kay satin lip set. It's good stuff. I love it. Great weekend. I'm going to catch up on Brian Walsh. I've not watched any of that. QP says I'm going to go make Margaret some dinner. All right. I love you guys. Everybody have a great weekend, and we'll see about Monday. I'm going to have to just see what's going on Monday. So, so I may be here on Monday. I may not be. Depends on if there's anything going on. Okay? All right. I love you guys. I'm going to go eat. Have a great weekend. See you soon. Bye.